Good morning, everyone. If we can have everybody take their seats, and we'll get started. Good morning. My name is Stephen White. I'm a Catholic physician, and I'm the representative to the board of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance for the Catholic Medical Association, one of our co-founding members of the CHCLA.
Do you remember what you've got my name here?
Come on in and join us. We're getting started here. So it's my distinct pleasure as the president of the CHCLA to welcome everyone, both here in live person and joining us online, to the second in our series of symposia for the advancement of Catholic healthcare. I'd like to give a special nod of thanks to our co-hosts for this event, the Catholic University of America Columbus School of Law, and in particular, Elizabeth Kirk, the director of the Center for Law and the Human Person, for their very generous support and their assistance in making this conference today possible. Our mission at the CHCLA is to uphold the rights of patients to receive and medical professionals to provide health care in accordance with the moral, ethical, and social teachings of the Catholic Church through evangelization, education, public advocacy, and mutual support. Tragically, healthcare policy in the United States today increasingly undermines human dignity, the sanctity of life, and medical rights of conscience. It is essential that we bring the wisdom and the experience of the Catholic healthcare tradition, now practiced for over 2 millennia, in harmony with the mind and heart of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, into the sphere of public policy, so that in the words of Pope St. John Paul II, the Catholic healthcare apostolate can penetrate and transform the very fabric of American society. Today's event, entitled Healthcare Policy Through the Lens of Catholic Teaching, brings together experts in the field of medicine, law, theology, philosophy, ethics, and healthcare policy to address the challenges posed by our secularized and highly politicized bureaucratic healthcare delivery system here in the United States, and which poses truly an existential threat to our Catholic healthcare ministry. We will also discuss reform proposals through the lens of Catholic teaching, focused on restoring a culture of life and love to the care of all of those who we are called to serve in the medical profession. We'll begin our presentations this morning with 2 video presentations. First, from Archbishop Joseph Naumann, the Archbishop of Kansas City, Kansas, and a member of our Episcopal Advisory Board. And then we'll hear from Sister Jane Marie Klein, the former board chairman and currently ex officio board member of the Franciscan Health Alliance, which is the first healthcare system that has joined the CHCLA. And then following this, my friend and colleague, Joshua McCaig, the symposium chair of this event, and the vice president for education, will say a few words about the vision of the symposium for the advancement of Catholic healthcare. So we'll roll it now with the video of Archbishop Naumann.
Dear friends, I'm Archbishop Joseph Naumann from the Archdiocese of Kansas City in Kansas. I regret not being able to participate in this year's Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance Symposium, and in particular, I am disappointed to miss the launching of the Alliance's Public Policy and Advocacy Institute. I'm grateful and delighted that CHCLA has decided to establish the Public Policy and Advocacy Institute. Catholics are called to allow our faith to inform and guide every aspect of our lives, including our professional life. The care and healing of the sick was an essential part of the ministry of Jesus. Our Lord frequently in the gospel manifested great concern and compassion for the sick. Similarly, the Church from its earliest days continued our Lord's ministry of compassion, care, and healing for the sick. Hospitals grew out of a Christian culture that sought to provide the best possible medical and spiritual care for those suffering illness. Foundational to Catholic health care is the Christian ethic that acknowledges the dignity of every human person because we're created in the divine image and of such worth that Jesus gave his life on Calvary for each of us. While our Catholic faith motivates us to accompany with compassionate care those who are sick and suffering, the understanding that minimally physicians should do no harm to their patients and treat them with the utmost dignity and respect is not dependent on religious faith, but is a fundamental human right that is evident to everyone through reason. Sadly, in our own time, many in the dominant secular culture classify as healthcare the intentional killing of unborn children, the practice of euthanasia or medically assisted suicide for the seriously ill, debilitated, and depressed, and the physical maiming of those experiencing gender confusion. These are all violations of the most fundamental human rights. They are not health care. Equally distressing is the threat to the conscience rights of medical professionals who refuse to participate in these and other practices that are contrary to the ethical and religious directives promulgated by the Catholic bishops of the United States. Laws and public policies are important because they not only permit, but they actually promote practices that violate human rights and moral truths. The law is both an arbiter and a teacher. When our public policies permit practices that violate fundamental moral principles, then our laws actually are teaching moral and ethical errors to the young. Thank you for all that you do in your medical practices to heal the sick and the suffering. Thank you for being human instruments of our Lord's healing in our society. Thank you for your desire to promote laws and public policies that protect the sanctity of life, make quality health care accessible to everyone, treat the sick in a manner that respects their dignity, and defend the conscience rights of medical professionals as well as healthcare institutions. I pray that our Lord, the divine physician, will bless the Public Policy and Advocacy Institute's efforts to protect the dignity of the human person, guard the sanctity of human life, and uphold the conscience rights of doctors and nurses. May God make your gathering fruitful in the ways that he desires. Thank you, and God bless.
Franciscan Alliance is pleased to join the Catholic Medical Association, the Catholic Bar Association, the Christus Medicus Foundation, the National Catholic Bioethics Center, and the Catholic Benefits Association as a member of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance. CHCLA is bringing together leaders throughout the Catholic community who are committed to strengthening the mission of Catholic healthcare providers and defending the religious freedom of faith-based ministries. The ability of Catholic healthcare providers to minister to the sick and vulnerable in our communities without compromising our spiritual beliefs and values or the moral teachings of the Roman Catholic Church is being threatened by those who support abortions, euthanasia for the terminally ill, gender alterations, sterilizations, and disregard for the spiritual, physical, and emotional well-being and rights of all God's children. The rights of the unborn have given way to what is expedient for others. Our sacred obligation to attest to and uphold the moral teachings of the Church concerning the sanctity of life throughout its natural progression from conception to natural death is being challenged by those who wish to secularize all healthcare providers. CHCLA is being formed to be a beacon of light and truth, an organization that will defend the rights of the faith-based providers to deliver care in concert with their religious beliefs. Many in the executive and administrative bodies of our government as well as the legislative branches, are attempting to secularize faith-based healthcare ministries through legislation and administrative regulations. Attempts have been made to force faith-based healthcare providers to violate the fundamental teachings of their faith. Care for the poor and elderly is a sacred promise, but underfunded by government. There is a disparity in access of care throughout this country. A disproportionate number of people in our country, the poor and the elderly, the marginalized, and those without a voice, struggle to receive adequate care. CHCLA wants to be their advocate. Franciscan Alliance is proud to be a part of an advocacy forum that defends both the dignity of all persons and religious freedom.
Good morning, everyone. As Steve mentioned, my name is Joshua McKeag, and it's a privilege to be here with all of you the second year of the Symposium for the Advancement of Catholic Healthcare. I serve as a director on the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance. I'm also the representative of the Catholic Bar Association, where I served as the founding president and currently serve as a director. So before I get started in my capacity today as the chair of the symposium, I want to take some time for a few thank yous and acknowledgments. First of all, Elizabeth Kirk with the Center for Law and the Human Person. This is the second year we've held this event here at the CUA Columbus School of Law. It's a great partnership, and we're truly blessed to have this facility, this location in DC, which is really appropriate for the theme for this morning. So thank you, Elizabeth. Carol McHale with the Columbus School of Law. She was out there at the registration desk. Carol handled many of the logistics for Columbus School of Law. A delightful person, and blessed to have her on our team. Rui Barros, who's doing all of the AV, the videos, the live streaming for this year. Thank you, Rui. You've done a great job, and we appreciate you. Michael Paoletti helped with all the graphics. Kathy McKeag helped to organize and plan the event. The CHCLA Institute for Public Policy and the Advocacy team, which includes Grace Marie Turner and Nina Schaefer, are great partners in this initiative. Franciscan Alliance, specifically Sister Jane Marine Klein, Kevin Leahy, and Jim Callahan for not only being the first health system member of CHCLA, but also for sponsoring the live streaming. This has taken us to a whole nother level for the symposium. We have many people, can't believe how many are actually watching this remotely, which is great today. So thank you, Sister, for your support. Our Episcopal Advisory Board, which includes over 20 archbishops and bishops. In particular, I want to thank Bishop James Conley of the Diocese of Lincoln, who's the chair of our Episcopal Advisory Board, and Archbishop Joseph Naumann. He wanted to be here, but he's actually in Rome for an event, but he insisted on doing that recording so that he could show his support for the work that we're doing. So thank you, Archbishop Naumann, for that. To all the religious sisters that our board has had the opportunity to meet over the past year and a half to 2 years as we've gotten this off the ground, I specifically want to thank all of you for your prayers, for your support. There's so many of you here today. It has been an absolute joy and delight to engage with you as we get this initiative off the ground. We are here to help your legacy. We want to be the voice for Catholic healthcare that's in alignment with the vision that your communities established hundreds of years ago. So thank you. It's wonderful to have all of you here today, and know that our prayers and our mission, our hearts are with you as we continue this. So now putting my chair of the symposium hat on, okay? The Symposium for the Advancement of Catholic Healthcare is an initiative of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance to explore all facets of Catholic healthcare, the past, the present, and the future, the positives and the negatives, the challenges and the blessings, in a new way, a way that has never been done before. These symposium events will commingle academics and practitioners, lay and religious, administrators and theologians, religious and secular experts, so that we can thoroughly and objectively gather the information needed to paint a broad, all-encompassing picture of Catholic healthcare from various angles and perspectives, so that we might understand the past, critically analyze the present, and prayerfully discern the future of Catholic healthcare, and importantly, that we might lay a foundation for future leaders in the church and provide a resource through these lectures, writings, panels, and interviews that occur within the context of this symposium. At the heart of Catholic healthcare is the love of Jesus Christ for the sick, the suffering, the dying. A love that transcends our understanding, a love that works through each and every physician, nurse, therapist, and administrator to, as Sister Jane Marine Klein mentioned, to shine a light into the life of a patient who may have lost hope. It is not abandoning a patient or his or her family when there is a terminal illness or incurable disease, but understanding and believing that while we cannot always physically heal a person, we are not just treating the body, but the soul, being the face of love, compassion, and hope for a life beyond suffering, beyond pain, beyond death. This transformation through hope defines the healing ministry of Jesus Christ and the blessings that come from Catholic healthcare. And while the hospitals, clinics, healthcare offices are often the places where Christ's healing ministry is manifested through the work of so many healthcare professionals and administrators pouring their hearts into the healing profession, laws passed in the legislature, regulations of administrative agencies, and opinions issued by courts are where healthcare policy is established and dictate the manner in which healthcare can be delivered. In a country where freedom has long been revered and proclaimed as our greatest witness to the benefits of democracy with each election cycle, the faithful citizens, those with deeply held religious beliefs, appreciate the fragile nature of this freedom. At this intersection of politics and religion, between church and state, there are few issues that are constantly in tension like healthcare, with conscience rights protections and religious liberty being consistently challenged, rules and regulations shifting back and forth depending on the administration in power, leaving Catholic healthcare professionals in a perpetual state of uncertainty as to whether or not from one year to the next they will be supported or persecuted for answering the call to practice medicine in accordance with and guided by their faith and beliefs, often leaving no option other than legal challenges in court, involving countless hours and dollars spent fighting unwarranted attempts to strip healthcare professionals of a constitutional right. And on top of this, the media's hostility to the faith manifests like clockwork, taking the opposing side of the argument, and more often than not, communicating the church's position in a way that misrepresents and distorts Catholic teaching. It's almost as if someone intentionally is at work trying to poison the church's position. This makes it difficult for the church's position on issues to be effectively communicated and making evangelization all the more difficult by blinding people to the fullness of the faith by reducing the church to one political issue. And it is further challenging when the church in America is itself at all levels, from the pulpit to the pews, thrown into partisan politics, where sadly the church in certain circumstances is split based on partisan lines, to the point where politics now guides religious beliefs instead of the other way around, requiring the faithful to make a decision which political party their faith best fits into, when there are no meaningful options that fully capture the Catholic faith's teachings. In this position that we as Catholics must sacrifice portions of our faith, our beliefs, in order to meet the needs of the common good, that we have to make concessions of our faith in order to fit into society or into a political party, this position is permeated into Catholic healthcare and cracks the very foundation laid by Christ for his healing ministry. Yesterday, the CHCLA launched the Institute for Public Policy and Advocacy, an initiative devoted to being a strong, united voice for Catholic healthcare in the public policy arena. Lewis Brown, who's coming up here next, will explain in more detail the importance of this new initiative. But the point being that CHCLA is taking steps to protect the ability of Catholic healthcare professionals to continue to practice in accordance with the teachings of their faith, to ensure that Catholic teaching on healthcare is advocated for in the public arena, and that there is a united voice on healthcare to heal the divisions tormenting our church. The theme for today's symposium is healthcare policy through the lens of Catholic social teaching. In order to properly evaluate and create policy in accordance with the teachings of the Catholic Church that promote the dignity of the human person, the preferential option for the poor, subsidiarity, solidarity, respect for the sanctity of life, and the common good, we must look at legislation, policies, political ideology through the lens of Catholic teaching in a new way. And this symposium is a first step as we familiarize ourselves with what this lens actually is and start to filter the myriad healthcare policies already in existence with a goal of making public policy recommendations in the future that do comply with Catholic teaching, and that we may, as the body of Christ, stand united behind these policies and let our faith take precedence over politics in working to create policy for the betterment of the common good. With that, I would like to thank all of you for joining us today as we begin this journey into the public policy arena through this symposium and through the new institute that we just started. And I would like to call up Lewis Brown, who I have come to call a very dear friend over the past couple of years. Lewis is an extraordinary man of God, a man of faith. He's the executive director of the Christ Medicus Foundation and serves on the board of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance. He has a law degree from Howard University, and he served as the associate director of social concerns for a state Catholic conference. He worked for a pro-life congressman as a legislative counsel and liaison to the U.S. House Committee on the Judiciary, and he worked at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in the Office for Civil Rights. So Lewis is very well established and very well credentialed and has the heart of a saint for leading the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance as the director of this institute.
So great to be with you. And Michaeline, I didn't see you. Great to see you. And so today is just a great opportunity to also celebrate the work that we're doing here. There's going to be more folks coming in, but you all represent, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of patients and families that you serve. And so it's a joy to be here. I want to thank Elizabeth Kirk. I don't know where Elizabeth Kirk, who is an amazing law professor. She's the head of the Center for Law and the Human Person here at the Columbus School of Law, but just an extraordinary leader and formator of the law students here. And so grateful. Initially met her through Archbishop Naumann a couple years ago in an unrelated matter in Kansas. And so it's just been such a blessing to work with her. Though he's not here, Dean Payne is outstanding as our relatively still new dean of the law school here. And it's been just a pleasure to work under his leadership. Also Bill Rooney, who's a partner in a very prominent law firm in New York City and who's a fellow at our Center for Law and the Human Person. Just so grateful that you came all this way from New York. Thank you so much, Bill. As Josh said, I'm a Catholic lawyer and the executive director of the Christ Medicus Foundation, which includes our beautiful, affordable, impactful CMF Curo health and wellness ministry for individuals, for families, and employers. We were a founding member of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance, and it's a joy to help launch this institute and be here at this symposium. As Josh alluded to, Catholic healthcare was founded by Jesus Christ himself when he began his ministry of healing and physically healing the mentally sick and the physically afflicted and spiritually afflicted 2,000 years ago in the Holy Land. He is the divine physician of body, soul, and mind. He is the founder of what has become a common term of whole person health. Over the last 2,000 years, there have been many challenges to Catholic healthcare. We've seen and continue to see government officials attack the religious freedom and medical conscience rights of Christian, Catholic, religious sisters and medical professionals that provide vital medical care, particularly to the poor and vulnerable. We have seen and continue to see, as Josh has alluded to, false teachers that have been instruments of deception about the truth of Catholic social teaching. We have seen and continue to see false teachers and false witnesses tell falsehoods about God's true plan for the healing, restoration, and flourishing of the human person. We have an existing presidential administration and some state legislatures attempting to coerce medical professionals and hospitals to perform unethical and harmful abortions and transgender procedures. Professor Mark Rienzi recently and the Beckett Fund for Religious Liberty did some amazing work successfully defending a medical practice, Catholic medical practice in Denver as an example. And then less than 48 hours ago, we saw voters in Ohio approve an unjust, inhumane constitutional amendment that legalizes abortion through 9 months of pregnancy and crushes the human and civil rights of parents to exercise appropriate discernment and control over the healthcare decisions of their children. Abortion, the intentional killing of unborn children, is the greatest evil of our time, as the bishops have told us, as St. John Paul II has told us, as Pope Benedict XVI reminded us, and as Pope Francis tells us today. But it's not only the unborn that are suffering from dehumanization and the ongoing attack on life and human dignity in our nation's healthcare system. As I mentioned in our press conference today, and this is what most shocked me in my time in the prior presidential administration at HHS, we see that cancer of dehumanization in healthcare system continue to metastasize. We see many immigrants with limited English proficiency reporting significant instances of bias and discrimination in their healthcare experiences. We see patients with disabilities suffering from unjust discrimination because some medical professionals and healthcare entities, based on bad bioethics, believe that these patients have low quality of life and therefore are unworthy of care. We have patients who are racial minorities reporting in a study that was reported on earlier this fall. These racial minorities are reporting ongoing instances of racial bias and in some cases discrimination in our country's medical facilities. The abortive throwaway culture of death is growing within the healthcare industry, aided by unjust laws and regulation at the state and federal level. However, despite these serious challenges to Christian pro-life care, I have great hope because our Lord is on the move. And I want to recognize how our Lord's on the move even here in this room. Our Lord is on the move through faithful Catholic religious sisters, faithful Catholic healthcare executives, faithful Catholic medical professionals and bioethicists and bishops who have persevered in carrying out Christ's healing ministry by naturally and supernaturally healing and restoring millions of Americans and hundreds of millions of people across the world. Here today, we have our outstanding Sisters of Perpetual Adoration of St. Francis. I was so proud of myself when I got the name sufficiently correct after failure with Sister Petra, but these sisters are remarkable. And if you can get out to Mishawaka to their mother house, I implore you to do so. They lead 13 hospitals and numerous medical facilities through Franciscan Health in the Midwest. We have here today Dr. Kathleen Berschelman, who is a true hero and a St. Joan of Arc figure. She is the founder of My Catholic Doctor. I'm blessed to be on the board of My Catholic Doctor. It's an extraordinary Catholic telehealth medical practice that serves individuals and families across the country in how many states? 50. All 50 states. It's the only thing that we have in this country of its kind. We have here Dr. Lisa Marie Carzone. She could wave her hand. Where is she? There she is. Great. The new board chair of the Heart of Christ Catholic Clinic and Medical in Detroit that will in days begin serving patients throughout Metro Detroit. She has a remarkable background in the pro-life movement and also as a college professor. Here today we also have Mario Dickerson. Where's Mario? Mario Dickerson over here, Executive Director of the Catholic Medical Association, which is a vital place for Catholic doctors and healthcare professionals, medical students and nursing students to be formed in their faith and to persevere in the truth of Jesus Christ. And here today we have a great witness to the power of Christians from various denominations coming together to advance Christ-centered care. We have my friend and brother Joel Noble of Samaritan Ministries International that provides over 200,000 Americans with a Christian healthcare sharing ministry. These Christ-centered healthcare professionals and healthcare leaders are part of a network of Christian healthcare that serves people across the globe. We see the body of Christ coming together, and it's the work of the Institute for Public Policy and Advocacy to defend and promote the work that you all are doing and advance it. We're going to do that through educating federal and state policymakers and the American public on healthcare law and policy. We're going to do that by, number two, advising Catholic bishops and Catholic healthcare leaders and other faith-based medical institutions on law and policy that protect the poor, that protect the vulnerable, that protect immigrants, that defend human dignity and life from conception to natural death. And we're also going to do that by continuing to file amicus briefs in federal court in support of life, human dignity, medical conscience, healthcare civil rights, and religious freedom for all. Dr. Schutz is a renowned Catholic psychologist based in Florida that is having a remarkable impact on the healing and restoration of individuals and families and clergy across America. I've learned a great deal from him, and as I quoted last month in another venue, his book, Be Healed, is a remarkable book on understanding Christ's plan for healing for humanity. I quoted this last month. I'll quote it here again. He quotes Pope Benedict XVI in his book, Jesus of Nazareth, when he says, again quoting Pope Benedict XVI, healing is an essential dimension of the apostolic mission and of Christianity. When understood at a sufficiently deep level, this healing expresses the entire content of redemption. Healing is an essential dimension of the apostolic mission and of Christianity. When understood at a sufficiently deep level, this expresses the entire content of redemption. The goal of Catholic healthcare is to free, heal, and liberate people so that they may be fully human, so that they can be fully free. And the deepest freedom is the freedom to love God, to sacrificially love others, and to receive God's love. This is Catholic healthcare. Through God's providence, the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance and all of us, by the grace of God, are gathered here, are ready to serve by carrying Jesus Christ's mission of divine mercy for all people. Thank you so much for letting me articulate that mission of the Institute for Public Policy and Advocacy at the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance. Now I'm pleased to introduce, again, my colleague, my friend Elizabeth Kirk. Elizabeth Kirk joined the Columbus School of Law after serving as director of the Kolakowski Chair of Catholic Thought at the Institute for Faith and Culture at the St. Lawrence Catholic Campus Center at the University of Kansas from 2005 to 2010. She served as the associate director of the Notre Dame Center for Ethics and Culture, an interdisciplinary center inspired by St. John Paul II. From 2012 to 2016, she served as a resident fellow in cultural and legal studies at the Stein Center for Social Research at Ave Maria University, and she previously taught at the Columbus School of Law from 2002 to 2003, and also at the Ave Maria School of Law in Ann Arbor, Michigan from 2003 to 2005, and then later clerked for the Honorable Daniel Mannion of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit. She has a very long list of remarkable credentials. We're so blessed again to have her as a law professor and the director of the Center for Law and the Human Person. So with that, please welcome Elizabeth.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Catholic University of America, Columbus School of Law, and the Center for Law and the Human Person, which I direct, I want to welcome all of you to our law school, and also welcome those of you who, the many of you that I know are joining us online. I also want to add my love to the sisters. They're getting lots of shout outs today. Your Eucharistic Adoration Chapel in Mishawaka is my old stomping ground when we lived in South Bend. And our second child, I believe, is an answer to prayers that were offered in that chapel at the suggestion of our dearly departed Bishop Darcy. So I have a lot of fondness for your sisters and for the work that you do. The purpose, the mission of the CHCLA, of course, as we've heard so beautifully articulated, is to restore a Christ-centered appreciation of human dignity and to evangelize healthcare. And this task of evangelization is especially pressing given all of the contemporary threats to the dignity of the human person, from abortion to reproductive technologies, assisted suicide, gender ideology, transhumanism, threats to freedom of conscience, lack of access to care for the vulnerable and the poor. You know, the list could go on. And this mission is integrally connected to the mission of the Center for Law and the Human Person. And so for that reason, I'm enormously grateful to partner with CHCLA and to sponsor and co-host this conference. Our center aims to be a central resource for thinking about how the law school's commitment to these same principles of dignity of the human person ought to inform the teaching and the study and the practice of law. And the phrase law and the human person communicates that our mission is to explore law and to think about the foundations of law, what justice requires, what the common good is, all of these fundamental principles, to think about those in relation to what we know to be true about the human person. So through all of our programming and activities, our formation for students, we always try to come back to this central premise, that law, civil law, which guides human conduct, should be based on truths that are accessible to us through reason about the human person. And without this anchor in the reality of the human person, law becomes a vehicle for power, for control, other special interests, and it loses sight of its role to protect the vulnerable. So it's fitting, I think, that the cooperative efforts of this alliance, which focus on the dignity of the human person in the medical profession, must include the perspective of law and must be a resource for ensuring that both that law comports with what we know to be true about the human person, but also that both that law gets this right, and that you think about the role of law in your profession. So the Center for Law and the Human Person, which serves at the Bishop's University in our nation's capital, with its mission to put law in service to the human person, is proud to be a sponsor of this symposium, and I hope to be an integral partner going forward. Just one logistical note, in your flyers, or in your folder, is a flyer with information about the center and our upcoming events. So next spring, we'll be hosting Daniel Mahoney, who will give a talk on Solzhenitsyn, and Carl Truman, who will speak on freedom of the human person. There's a QR code, which will take you to our website where you can watch past, recordings of past events. And there's also a sign-up sheet at the registration desk outside where you can join our mailing list. There are also bookmarks, which you can take one, which describe our beautiful logo. So you're in for a treat today with the speakers that we've gathered, and my next task is to introduce our first speaker. So David Schindler. Dr. Schindler is concerned above all with shedding light on contemporary cultural challenges and philosophical questions by drawing on the resources of the classical Christian tradition. His longer bio is in here, but I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. Dr. Schindler studied the great books as an undergraduate at Notre Dame. He received a master's degree in theology at the John Paul II Institute and then completed his education with a master's degree and PhD in philosophy here at the Catholic University of America. After teaching for 12 years at Villanova University, first as a teaching fellow in philosophy and then as a founding member of the humanities department, Dr. Schindler returned to Washington, D.C. to teach philosophy courses at the John Paul II Institute. Dr. Schindler and his wife, Jeannie, live in the area with their 3 children. I'll just note that they are dear friends of ours, including our children are friends with one another. We have enjoyed their gracious hospitality many times. His bio doesn't list that he is a tremendous musician, an artist, and you haven't really lived until you've spent an evening of hospitality at the Schindler home. So with that, I welcome my friend David Schindler up to the podium.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. I want to thank also the CHCLA and Stephen White, Joshua McCaig for organizing this event, and my good friend Elizabeth Kirk and the Center for Law and the Human Person. Elizabeth actually already enunciated what my basic thesis is, so if you were paying attention, you don't need to pay attention to my paper here. Basically, I want to think about the relationship between law and the meaning of law and the deep wisdom of the Catholic social teaching tradition in elucidating the meaning of the human being. And the point of the paper is just to reflect on some of the implications, especially one of the areas I work in is political philosophy, but to think about some of the implications for our conception of the political order when we lose sight of the foundation of healthcare policy in truth about the human person. When we give up the sense of the truth of the human person, what happens? So only a healthy legal system can properly regulate matters concerning health. The word health comes from the Old English help, wholeness, a being whole, sound, or well, and is etymologically related not only to the word wholeness, but also to the word holiness. Health and holiness are bound. Healthy healthcare policy is a sound and integrated set of regulations ordered by and around a clear conception of the desired good, namely the healthy human being. In such a system, as the saying goes, there's a place for everything and everything has its place, and that's all just common sense. It may be less obvious, I think, what the legal system regulating health might have to do with holiness, although we've already heard some words in that regard. But we might draw some illumination from the consideration of the role that authority plays in law. Those that have studied the matter have generally come to the conclusion that law loses its authority if it is not recognized at some level as reflecting the divine order instituted by God. Without an auctor, an author, divine author, there can be no auctoritas, authority. By contrast, those who attempt a wholly secular argument for law tend to propose some functional substitute for authority. And there have been some interesting books written on this, the implications of this. My claim is it's the very nature of authority to bear witness to a given order of things, built into the nature of things, which is why authority cannot be abused in principle. Authority can't be abused. We talk about the abuse of authority, but authority can't be abused any more than wisdom can be abused or virtue can be abused. If it's abused, it's not authority. It's the very nature of authority to bear witness to what's true. This simple observation brings me right to the thesis I want to argue in this presentation. A healthcare system can be healthy only if it's organized around a recognition of the truth of the human being, truth of human health. And such a recognition requires coming to terms with the basic question of authority in legal reasoning. Catholics have a special responsibility to insist on this because of the great treasures of the Catholic, the theological and philosophical tradition that we've inherited in the Church. This tradition includes the development of Catholic social teaching, at the center of which lies a properly authoritative conception of human nature. Now, that's a big thesis, and it would require more time than I have for this presentation, but what I want to do here is just sketch out some of the basic principles of what could be worked up in another context into a more thorough argument. I will take here the specific example of the legal regulation of matters concerning health and will suggest the following. First, that the abandonment of authority in its most fundamental sense, in the manner we see described in Stephen Smith's well-known book, Law's Quandary from 2007, the abandonment of authority leads healthcare policy to appeal in a reductive way to the determinations of science as a functional substitute for authority. So this is what one scholar whom I'm going to discuss has referred to as medicalizing the Constitution. Second, precisely because science is appealed to in these contexts in the place of a genuine authority, this science forfeits the foundation that would provide hermeneutic integrity, and therefore it becomes essentially vulnerable to non-scientific ideology. So we have reciprocally then a politicizing of medicine. Finally, I'll suggest that this reciprocally reinforcing reduction of politics to science and science to politics has two implications, two disorders that have become evident in recent years in the legal regulations of matters concerning health. On the one hand, there's the tendency to make the exception in health matters the governing rule, which is to say the part overrides the whole. And on the other hand, there's a tendency to reconceive the fundamental subject of health not as individual human beings, but as the population, which is to say, in this case, the whole overrides the part. The transfer of the proper subject of health to the population, which demands a regulation that is by its own inner logic unlimited, entails what Aaron Kheriaty has called the rise of the biomedical security state. So the thesis is that health untethered from any natural meaning, and therefore from the genuine order of authority, exerts a legal pressure that can only be called tyrannical in the classical sense of the term, the subordination of the common good to a particular interest or coercive force, which is determined in essential indifference to its relation to the healthy whole. This disorder, where there's neither a place for everything nor is everything in its place, is precisely what it means to refer to the healthcare system as unhealthy and unholy. Legal reasoning is a form of practical reasoning, which is to say it's reasoning about behavior. Specifically, it's a generally prescriptive kind of practical reasoning, not just about what I want to do in a given set of circumstances, but what ought generally to be done, or at least what ought not to be done by anyone in a given population in these circumstances. In other words, it's normative, and its normativity concerns the common good, however that may be conceived. When Thomas Aquinas defined law in the Summa as, quote, an ordinance of reason made for the common good by him who has charge of the community and promulgated, he was articulating the proper essence of law, the properties that belong to law by necessity, just insofar as it is law. The reference to the common good in Aquinas' definition is therefore not merely aspirational or exhortative. That is, he's not just saying it would be best if we tried to fashion law with a view to the common good. Instead, the reference to the common good, and it's really important to see this point, the reference to the common good is inescapable in law, whether that reference is explicitly intended or not. Insofar as one lays down a prescription concerning human acts that is binding on everyone in a given community, one is de facto establishing an official interpretation of the common good in some respect. One is dictating what people ought to do, at least by laying out what may not be done. And one is establishing such a thing, and establishing such a thing inevitably presumes some sort of standard or measure. What may not be done is evident only in relation to what is right, what is just, what is due to human beings. And we understand what is due to human beings only on the basis of some judgment, whether explicit or merely implicit, about what human beings are and what they are meant to be. To put the point in philosophical language, there's inevitably a distinct vision of man and human nature, a distinct anthropology embedded in any legal system. And to the extent that the legal system sets the parameters for action, binding on all in a community, it is itself, again, inevitably, whether it wants to or not, it is itself a theory of the common good. The relation to a distinct notion of what a good human being is may be less apparent in things like traffic laws, but it stands out quite clearly, as has been remarked, in healthcare policy. Now, the fact that there is an inevitable reference to a distinct anthropology and theory of the common good represents a particular challenge to us in the United States, because we've come to understand our political order as unique in being founded on the refusal to determine a comprehensive doctrine of the good, as one theorist puts it. At the root of this refusal, at least in the common good, is the decision to erect what Jefferson called a wall of separation between church and state, in an understandable attempt to neutralize a priori the possibility of the sort of religious violence that had bedeviled Europe at the beginning of the modern age. I think it's interesting to note over the course of 2 centuries, the decision not to enshrine the authority of a particular religious tradition has, for some reason, come to imply that one cannot say what is good for human beings as a matter of public policy. It's not the proper place here to reflect on this curious fact and ask whether there's a necessary logical connection linking the one and the other, rather than attempt to make the positive case that religious authority is necessary for the authority of reason in law about the human person. I would propose in the present context simply to consider what happens concretely when a higher authority is bracketed out, so to speak, in legal reasoning, in terms of the particular area under discussion here, healthcare. We'll enter into our reflection by means of a recent article from the New England Journal of Medicine entitled, this is from last year, entitled Medicalizing the Constitution, written by Greg Bloch, who teaches at Georgetown and has degrees in medicine and law. He opens his article thus, quote, "At no point does the United States Constitution refer to medicine, yet courts have long invoked medical evidence and judgment to support their constitutional interpretations. And today, medicine plays a prominent role in high-stakes constitutional conflict," end quote. He explains that one of the reasons for this role is the cultural authority held by science, which gives medical evidence a special persuasive power, and then goes on to caution against the misuse of that power to manipulate by, quote, "cloaking moral views in scientific guise." I think that's familiar to all of us. Although he does not raise the question himself, it's worth asking why science holds authority in this case, and what Bloch means by specifying it as cultural. Regarding the latter question, the answer would seem to be that science does not have a legal or political authority in the sense that it presents commands that are enforceable through publicly sanctioned coercive means. Instead, it exercises what we might call a soft power, appealing to the minds and wills of individuals. But it remains an authority in the sense that it makes claims that command respect, and arguably stronger claims in the public sphere than those made by any religious, or if there were such a thing, philosophical authority. Science in contemporary America arguably represents the highest intellectual authority in the realm of public truth. The reason for this is, of course, is that science at least appears to operate outside the sphere of belief and yield findings that are objective and universally valid. In this respect, the claims of science carry more public weight in our culture than religion or philosophy. Now, one of the primary purposes of Bloch's article is to raise a red flag about abuses he sees in recent uses of scientific evidence in the court, especially in the promotion of policy, which he insists science on its own is impotent to compel, despite increasing assumptions to the contrary. What science can do, at best, he says, is provide a substrate of information. But policy proposals ultimately arise from a moral judgment, he says, for which responsibility must be taken. He offers, as an example, a decision in 1905 regarding the smallpox vaccine. Science can determine the efficacy of the vaccine, but the court, he explains, ultimately had to decide whether the public safety that might be achieved by mandating the vaccine outweighed the loss of personal freedom such a mandate would apply. And the court answered yes in that case. This decision, he says, did not come automatically as a result of the commitment to follow the science, but was finally a matter of what Bloch calls the court's preference. This is an example, he says, of the proper use of science. It yields facts that inform the options that the court ultimately has to decide between and take responsibility for, since the choice itself is not dictated by science. Now, while Bloch's judgment here gives the impression of eminent reasonableness, since he demonstrates an awareness of the limits of scientific findings and pleads for responsible decision-making, there are a number of things I think we should note in his account. First, he presents any judgment that goes beyond the qualified data of science as a moral judgment, by which he means a subjective decision about what one wants or prefers. In this respect, it's for him an act of will rather than an act of reason. Second, he admits in passing, that is, without reflecting on the implications for the argument that he's trying to make, that while scientific data do not have normative content, nevertheless, quote, researchers make implicit normative judgments as they design studies and interpret results. There are, in other words, he's confessing, already implicit normative judgments that are built into the data. And then finally, at the end of the article, he writes, quote, at the same time, medicine's cultural authority, rooted in its scientific foundation and commitment to human well-being, merits an interpretive role when social mores and values bear on constitutional decisions. Medicine often incorporates evolving public values. So note that, evolving public values as opposed to something like Catholic social thought. Evolving public values, offering signposts to society's moral trajectory. And the profession's ethical ideals support advocacy on behalf of legal interpretations that further health and human flourishing, end quote. In other words, he's saying that it's good when science contributes to the policies that promote its own object, health and human flourishing, and what health and human flourishing means is determined in part by evolving social public values. It's not clear within the logic of Bloch's own argument why a normative judgment after data is collected is any more question-begging than a normative judgment made in the collecting of data, especially if the latter is not itself a pure scientific judgment, but to some degree a function of evolving public values. But leaving aside the flimsiness of the case Bloch presents, I want to focus on what seems to me to be a deeper issue. Bloch's argument illustrates a more widespread tendency to restrict reason and truth claims, therefore, to the realm of what purports to be verifiable through quantified experiment and little more. And by so doing implies that anything outside of the data is extra-rational, is not rational. As many intellectual historians have shown, this tendency has in a certain respect defined science since its origin in the so-called revolutions of the 16th and 17th century. But the tendency has exceeded the discipline of science itself, I think, and entered more fully into the cultural imagination, in part because of the anti-authoritarianism that characterizes the spirit of modernity more generally. The legal system has a decisive place in this particular evolution, our increasing resistance to any sort of authority. On the one hand, the court is meant to be a kind of check on the inevitable fluctuations of public opinion because it rests on the foundation of a more basic authority. But as I already suggested, authority by its very nature bears witness to truth, bears witness to an order that precedes it. Authority always points beyond itself in that sense. As it operates in the context of the contemporary culture, the American court is finding that what it has taken to be the principal sources of its authority, namely the country's founding documents, are drying up and losing their ability to command respect. Think about the fate of originalism among conservatives. On what, then, can it base its particular judgments if it has ruled out in principle not only a shared religious tradition, but the philosophical heritage safeguarded by that tradition as well. What else is there? It's little else than science, but now science removed from these guiding traditions. This means it seeks to substantiate its authority precisely by appealing to what excludes higher authority as a matter of principle. This both reinforces its own restriction of the scope of reason, which coincides then with a broadening of the scope of what is now considered essentially arbitrary judgment, and encourages precisely the broader cultural authority of a positivistic science, which increasingly tends to trump theological and philosophical insights into nature. Let's consider a further implication of this last point. So we recall that, as Bloch confessed, and all philosophers of science these days would agree, normative judgments are inevitably embedded in the very framing of experiments in science, and that these normative judgments cannot help but express evolving public values. So let's recall that point, he says, that he made. We've now seen that one of the directions in which public values are evolving is towards an elevation of science as a supreme authority regarding the meaning of things, but precisely as a science that has separated itself from religion and philosophy, and one might add history too. It's becoming increasingly evident, moreover, that the more science is fragmented and drawn from these deeper intellectual sources, the more vulnerable it becomes to the whims of popular opinion. So the facts that are produced by science are themselves produced at a more profound level by regnant ideologies. The more we reduce science to just the facts, the more scope we give to arbitrary judgment regarding which facts, when, and how, and why are they produced, and ultimately what they mean. To put the matter another way, the realm beyond the purely factual, beyond what's accessible to quantifiable methods, is no longer for us illuminated by the intellectual tradition of the Christian West, but has become for us instead a dark void occupied only by momentary exertions of arbitrary power, whether merely rhetorical or directly coercive. The authoritative non-authority of science has come to license the essentially irrational exercise of power by the state. That's worth reflecting on. While all this may seem abstract, it's possible to make the point concrete by considering what Bloch identified as the proper object of science, namely health and human flourishing. The present context allows only a brief reflection on this matter, but it warrants, I think, a much more in-depth study. What exactly is health and human flourishing? According to the classical understanding, this question could not even be asked, much less answered, without a grasp of the nature of the creature at issue, in this case, the human being. This understanding allows us then to determine when that nature is frustrated or disordered, and to inquire into the appropriate means to remedy it, if and to the extent to which such things are available. If this classical view is, so to speak, bracketed out, methodologically speaking, there's nothing to tether and so orient human reason and therefore policy judgments. What results is what is called in philosophy nominalism, a school of thought that interprets universals as nothing but classes into which empirical data are fit. On the one hand, these classes are understood to be social constructs, which means that they're determined to a significant degree simply by public opinion. And on the other hand, because the classes are not expressions of an insight into human nature, they're determined by the individual cases presented by the data. This is a subtle point, but it's a really crucial one that my colleague David Crawford has written. I recommend his work. David Crawford has written some really illuminating things about this. In this case, horizon, each case weighs as much as the next. So the problem is that it's not just that the class then gets defined by the statistical makeup of the content. So, for example, if this sounds very abstract, gender, what gender means, gets spelled out by the whole scope of the variations of its expression, empirically speaking. Even more serious is the fact that the essence of the class has to be modified to cover all cases, no matter the statistical relevance. So an obvious example of this is the one Crawford has studied, sexual orientation. He shows that the accommodation of homosexuality as a genuine category has not just expanded the meaning of sexuality to include types that had formerly been excluded, it's actually transformed the meaning of sexuality. Because now it just means the possibility of orienting oneself one way or the other, and that's never what it meant in the tradition. We have to change the meaning of sexuality in order to accommodate these variations. This means that a non-teleological understanding of sexuality has become the genus, the class in terms of which the phenomena are interpreted, which is to say that the exception has become the norm. Before we turn to consider the implications for law and state regulation, let's look at another way in which the isolation of science from the authority of insight into nature, safeguarded by the classical Christian tradition, affects the consideration of health. The nominalism that I've described of this approach directs thought away from the actuality of nature, which always resides in concrete individual beings. We don't look at the concrete individual human beings. Instead, our attention is toward the class as the principal seat of intelligibility. With respect to our theme, we can see that the proper subject of health is not this or that human being, but now the community, the collection of all of them. Or even more abstractly considered, the populace. Aaron Cariotti has observed that conversation in recent years has turned around public health, or more recently, population health, which he observes is what happened in Germany in the 1930s. Individuals thus become mere cases or instances of the more basic reality of public health. The issue here is not just that individual persons, by implication, are valued less, and the rights would be automatically and in principle trumpable by the health of the public at every point of conflict, though of course this is a very serious matter. The more basic issue is the irrationality, I think, of this inversion, because there isn't no such thing as public health. Or to the extent that the notion is intelligible at all, it's intelligible only as an analogous extension of the principal meaning of health, which is healthy individual human beings. Unless health means the flourishing of the nature of this human being, or that one, the word health has no real meaning. In logic, we know that ex falso quod libet. From a false premise, you can reason to absolutely anything you like. In logic, this is called the explosion principle. Once a contradiction is affirmed at the beginning, it can be used to prove absolutely anything, even its opposite. To fix a confusion at the foundation of our common deliberation about matters of health is, let's say, dangerous. To see this danger in action, let's consider the implications of a kind of scientific nominalism regarding health and law and state regulation. The implications, I think, are dramatic. As we've seen, in nominalist thinking, the exception becomes the norm. In law, the norm is not just a statistical determination, but a rule. In other words, it's not just a theoretical matter, but a practical one, or indeed a prescriptive one. The old wisdom was that hard cases make bad law. But the forfeit of authority of a tradition, in principle, beyond the quantifiable facts of an abstract empiricism or positivism, implies that hard cases can't be identified and distinguished from normal ones. There are now just cases, the intelligible scope of which are defined by those at the margins. In this context, we can only acknowledge what is no longer an axiom, but has therefore become a sober observation. Hard cases make law. Full stop. The redefinition of fundamental realities pertaining to human existence is something imposed and enforced And this, of course, shapes the popular imagination, creating what Cariati called the new abnormal, which, as the evolving public values, in turn inform scientific investigation and so on. So the political philosopher Carl Schmitt famously defined the sovereign, by which he meant the one who stands outside of the rule of law and so holds incontestable power, as the one who decides on the state of exception. In other words, the sovereign is somebody that, when there's an emergency, can impose any rule he wishes. It's interesting to consider the analog here, where the regulation of matters concerning health, by its own inner logic, operates beyond the constraint of any given authority and has the essential form of lawless power. And this consideration leads us to a final point then. We've come to see that the exception, which here dictates the rule, does not even have to be an actual one. Because the concern of law and state regulation is prescriptive, the horizon that determines its judgment is determined not by actual cases, but by possible ones. So in other words, now we're going to set the horizon by thinking about what could pose a problem rather than actually responding to what's actually the case. Possible ones. And in the context that we've been describing, that possibility bears no essential relation to the actuality of individual human nature, as individualized and particular human beings. Thus, the exception that makes the rule now is most basically a possible exception. A possible event, in other words, becomes determinative for regulation. And because that possibility is not rooted in and so constrained by the actuality of reality, it holds in principle always and everywhere. There's no limit to it. We thus stand in what the Italian political philosopher Giorgio Agamben has described as a permanent state of exception, which can authorize, in principle, any regulation. Responding to what they saw emerge into view during the recent pandemic, Agamben and then Cariati, whom I've been discussing, described the regime that has come to govern as the biomedical security state. And they explained this model of governance, which showed its face, so to speak, during the pandemic, as having generated political recommendations with, quote, 3 basic characteristics. One, and just think about our recent experience, I think you'll see what he's worried about. One, measures were formulated based on possible risk in a hypothetical scenario, with data presented to promote behavior permitting management of an extreme situation. 2, worst case logic was adopted as a key element of political rationality. And 3, a systematic organization of the entire body of citizens was required to reinforce adhesion to the institutions of government as much as possible. End quote. The hermetically sealed circle by which science gets reduced to politics and politics to science establishes in principle the conditions that could enable a rather frightening regime that assumes control over every dimension of human life without real deference to any higher order. Simple accountability can be effortlessly absorbed into the system if it has no root in a tradition. Anything, therefore, that might possibly threaten, or possibly improve public health becomes a legitimation for limitless regulation. And the realm of possibility here increases exponentially when we recall that there's no naturally given referent for the word health. This means, on the one hand, that there are no principles for resistance to transhumanistic bioengineering projects, whatever their scope or intrusiveness, and on the other hand, that any aspect of human existence can be reinterpreted as a health matter, requiring the blank check powers normally reserved for the state of exception. So to quote Cariati again, a basic feature of the biomedical security state is that other kinds of problems, social, environmental, economic, are reframed as public health issues and eventually are declared public health emergencies. In this respect, words that Philip Reif wrote several decades ago ought not to be dismissed as apocalyptic, because no matter how extreme they might appear, there are in fact no cultural or political resources currently available apart from the Catholic social tradition, I would suggest, to prevent what he envisioned. So, quote, "The nightmare of the brave new world need not fear old-fashioned torture and gas chambers. The universal totalitarian institution will be the hospital, and the universal uniform of the new elites will be the white physician-therapist coat. The brave new world will be one vast hospital," end quote. The scope and power, I'm coming to my conclusion here, the scope and power of this totalitarian hospital and the tyranny of health without essential definition grow with the discrediting of the higher authorities that would provide a context, implying a natural constraint on this power. Man is an embodied soul, ordered to know and to love, ultimately to give glory to God, to live in flesh and blood community with others, to celebrate beauty, goodness, and truth, and so forth. These are authority-bearing facts that we can know that ought to be the foundation for legal reasoning about health and human flourishing. The resistance to the new regime will indeed come from the courage of those individuals willing to mount a protest, but in fact, any such activity will simply become a part of the machinery of the system unless it bears witness to the ultimate source of authority. In this respect, we see the particular task that falls to Catholics in the field of healthcare. The Catholic understands that the authority of nature has a divine sanction, or conversely, that a recognition of God as creator implies that the truth of nature, and human nature in particular, is available to natural reason. What it means to be a healthy human being is not a matter of private opinion. It is instead a manifest reality that puts a normative claim on medical science, and therefore also on the policy that would regulate it. Only the recognition of human health as a truth that can be, in principle, known as such, offers a central point around which health care can be ordered, allowing matters of more or less importance to find their proper place. Restoring genuine health to health care, and so avoiding a collapse into the arbitrary coercion of the biomedical security state, requires that we open our public soul once again to the highest source of authority. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I really don't think we could have asked for a better lecture to begin this journey in healthcare. I bet I have a dozen future topics that we can get into just based on that lecture, and I hope you'll join us again to explore some of those. But thank you so much. We'll take about a 10-minute break. We're going to try and get back on schedule. So we'll be back here at 10:30 for our next lecture. So everybody online, we'll be back very soon.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started. If everybody could take their seats, and we're going to get rolling.
Okay, now that we're hopefully adequately caffeinated and ready to go, and after that tremendous start this morning, I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Professor Lucia Selecchia. Professor Selecchia has taught at Catholic University's Columbus School of Law since 1991, and she currently serves as our Associate Dean of Faculty Research. She's the author, and I recommend this to you very much, of a bi-weekly column on ordinary times for Catholic publications, and it's published in diocesan newspapers around the country. So it's a really lovely bi-weekly reflection that I recommend to you. In December 2016, Professor Selecchia began service as an expert to the Permanent Observer Mission of the Holy See to the United Nations, assisting on matters related to the elderly, people with disabilities, and ecology. She received her BA degree summa cum laude from Queens College and her JD from Yale Law School, where she was a Francis Coker Teaching Fellow, senior editor of the Yale Law Journal, and current topics editor of the Yale Law and Policy Review. Professor Selecchia has written in the areas of environmental law and ethics, elder law, Catholic social thought, legal education, law and literature, and legal writing. Her extensive bio is there for you to review in more detail, but today she is here to talk with us about mutual dependency and indispensable solidarity, a Catholic perspective on guardianship policy. Welcome, Professor Selecchia.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth, for that kind introduction, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm deeply grateful to be part of the fascinating conversations that you'll be having in your time with us today. I appreciated the invitation to be here, and I'm particularly would like to thank the organizers of the symposium, Dr. Stephen White, Josh McCaig, and in a particular way, my colleagues Elizabeth Kirk and Lewis Brown. And I'm grateful that the Columbus School of Law can host you here today. So from everybody who is visiting from far and near, welcome to my home away from home. It's a pleasure to have you here. Unlike so many of you, I am decidedly not a Catholic healthcare leader. I will say that up front, but my loved ones and I have been on the receiving end of Catholic healthcare. And in fact, I drew my first breath at a Catholic hospital. And so I am very aware that the issues that you concern yourselves with have a true day-to-day impact on so many people. So often the questions of life and death that you face and that you deal with are those questions that can't be answered by science and law alone. And in our common search to answers to some of these most difficult questions, often questions that we only have one chance to get right, I'm grateful for the time that you're taking to reflect on the Catholic perspective that may be brought to bear on public policy questions in the healthcare area. My contribution to your discussions is to offer a Catholic perspective on guardianship law. Why, you might ask, is this an important issue in a question or discussion of healthcare law and policy? In a narrow sense, this is an important question because so many of those for whom you and your institutions care will be under guardianship, due to the fact that the limitations on their ability to manage their own affairs have placed them in the care of someone else. Thus, in caring for those entrusted to you, you will very often be working closely with their guardians. It's also important because you or your institutions may be placed in the role of guardianship for the people who are within your care. In heartbreaking cases, you may be caring for someone who has nobody to love and care for them. Thus, you and your institutions may be put in the fraught position of being the one who seeks to have a guardian appointed and who initiates an emergency guardianship proceeding. A recent expose just last week in the Washington Post detailed the potential for abuse when unscrupulous parties accept emergency guardianship appointments. But it also highlighted the need for true, virtuous, principled, and loving guardians. This is also an increasingly important area for legal issue for healthcare leaders to weigh on, because multiple proposals are now being laid out for reform in the area of guardianship law. Both the aging demographics of the nation and some recent changes in prevailing views on guardianship have led me to believe that this somewhat sleepy area of law is going to be getting a lot of attention in the days, weeks, and years ahead, and thus your insights can be very important ones in this conversation. But in a broader sense, what interests me about this area of law is that it forces us to ask some deep questions about vulnerability, about autonomy, about the duty to protect, and at its core, the dignity of the human person. It is in addressing these questions that I believe the Catholic tradition has much to contribute. I hope that as guardianship law develops and changes, it will be grounded in a sound understanding of the human person, and that you will be able to bring this sound understanding to the public square. I've titled my remarks Mutual Dependency and Indispensable Solidarity because I think both of these ideas form a core vision of what guardianship law might be and should be. So what I'd like to do is to begin by discussing the legal landscape of guardianship law. I will then look at the tension between, on the one hand, the duty to protect vulnerable people, and on the other hand, the importance of respecting autonomy. I would then like to discuss how Catholic teaching supports both of these strains of thought, and then I would like to propose that these are both parts of the care of the human person and suggest some modifications to guardianship law that I believe may advance the Catholic vision for the care of vulnerable people. In one sense, to appoint a guardian seems to be a routine legal matter. Yet there is something morally profound in this. It dramatically curtails the legal rights of one in favor of expansive control by another. In 1987, in response to complaints about guardians, there was an explosive 1987 congressional hearing on this topic. And what was noted then is a quote, "The typical ward or person under the guardianship has fewer rights than the typical convicted felon. They can no longer receive money or pay their bills. They cannot marry or divorce. By appointing a guardian, the court entrusts to someone else the power to choose where they will live, what medical treatments they will get, and in rare cases, when they will die. It is, in one short sentence, the most punitive civil penalty that can be levied against an American citizen." I don't fully share this dim view of guardianships, but I also reject the idea that this is something casual and routine. The implications of allowing one person to stand so fully in the stead of another demand our deep reflection. And it also forces contemplation about the reality of human vulnerability and demands appreciation of both a rightly ordered duty to care and the parameters of authentic freedom. First, a brief overview of guardianship law's changing legal landscape. Guardianship law is, in the United States, largely a function of state law. And so there's enormous variety among the different ways in which states approach this question. So rather than focus on the law of individual states, I would like to walk through the comprehensive new framework that was proposed in the 2017 Uniform Guardianship, Conservatorship, and Other Protective Arrangements Act. That's a mouthful, so I will just refer to it as the Act. But it was a proposed uniform law in 2017, promulgated by the Commission of Uniform Law Commissioners. It has not been adopted in many places at all, single digits, but it proposes a new framework that states are borrowing from bits and pieces, and I think it reflects a modern view of guardianship law that will see states considering, even if they're unwilling to adopt the whole. The approach taken by this act, I believe, is going to have a significant impact on the future of guardianship law, particularly from time to time when there is attention paid to perceived abuses in the guardianship process. And furthermore, the procedural safeguards and the focus on using the least restrictive alternative to traditional comprehensive guardianships are philosophies already driving reform of guardianship in many states. At the heart of the Act and reforms based on it is a move away from the traditional all-or-nothing approach to guardianship. The Act encourages tailored or limited guardianships, which represent the least restrictive means of protection, promotion of greater autonomy, and robust procedural protection in both the initial determination of incapacity and in the decision to appoint a guardian. More specifically, when outlining conditions for appointing a guardian for an adult, the Act emphasizes that this is to be the last resort rather than the first option. Under the provision of the Act, a court may appoint a guardian only with clear and convincing evidence of two things. The first is that the person in question must lack the ability to meet the essential requirements for physical health, safety, or self-care because they are unable to receive and evaluate information or make or communicate decisions even with appropriate supportive services, technological assistance, or supportive decision-making. So the question simply is not, can the person engage in these activities on their own, but can they engage in their activities with a full array of support? And then the second question, on which there must be clear and convincing evidence before the appointment of a guardian, is that the individual's needs cannot be met by a protective arrangement other than a guardianship. These provisions recognize that there are occasions when a guardian will be necessary and even unavoidable, but the Act mandates that other options be pursued first. Moreover, if a guardian is appointed, the Act requires the guardian's authority be strictly limited to powers with demonstrated necessity. The guardianship orders must provide for maximum self-determination and independence, and this is not discretionary. The court may not establish a full guardianship if there is another, less restrictive alternative. The Act identifies two particular rights that require a compelling reason to be suspended, and these are the right to vote and the right to marry. In the past, it was automatically assumed that these rights would be suspended upon the appointment of a guardian, but the Act requires that orders suspending either of these two rights be explicit as to the justification for doing so. The Act includes significant procedural safeguards both before and after the appointment of a guardian. For example, the individual subject to the guardianship must receive a copy of the petition for the appointment of the guardianship, a notice of the hearing, and information about their rights to counsel. The court is required to appoint a neutral visitor to interview the person potentially subject to the guardian, as well as the would-be guardian. This mandatory report must be submitted to the court before the guardianship decision is made, and the report cannot merely rubber stamp a decision that is already made, but in a particular way, the report must summarize everything that the visitor believes that the individual could manage with the assistance of appropriate supportive services, technological assistance, and supported decision-making. The Act also strives to ensure that anyone who is selected as a guardian will be consistent with the presumed wishes of the person who they will be protecting. Thus, priority for appointment always goes to those who have been nominated by that individual in another capacity. So somebody who they have named in another instrument as their preferred guardian, that they will be first on the list. Then the individual's spouse or partner, followed by another family member or an individual who has shown particular concern for that individual. Alas, there will be situations in which the individual is truly alone, but the goal of the Act is to appoint only guardians who will genuinely care for the person whom they will serve, and to this end, the drafters discouraged appointment of professional guardians, noting that this is likely to be inconsistent with what most adults would prefer if there is another alternative. Any guardian order appointing a guardian must state all the rights that the person subject to the guardianship still retains. Subject to several exceptions, there is a robust right to communicate, visit, or interact with others in various ways, and this not only preserves vital social relationships that the person had prior to the guardianship, but it's also an informal check on the person who is serving as the guardian. The Act charges the guardian to promote self-determination of the adult and make decisions that the guardian reasonably believes the adult would make, unless doing so would unreasonably harm or endanger their welfare or financial interests. This is not a rule of substitute judgment, but it envisions that the known or presumed wishes of the person under the guardianship are to be given effect, and this is one way of preserving the autonomy of the person under the guardianship. Yet even with these safeguards, the potential powers of the guardian are extensive. They include the power to decide the adult's residence, and in many cases, the ability to decide about their health care. With a specific court order, they may also undertake other profound decisions relating to the individual's adoption, marriage, or end of a marriage. The Act also requires, within 60 days of appointment, the guardian must submit a plan to the court about how they will care for the person. And one of the key features of the proposals in the Act is that a part of that report has to include the guardian's proposal for how often they will spend time with the person for whom they are caring with, how they will communicate with them, and how they will prioritize that person's continued relationship with other people in their lives. With respect to monitoring guardians, the Act allows the guardian to accept only reasonable compensation that is approved either by the court or by a separate conservator, and the guardian must file an annual report with the court detailing both the physical and well-being of the adult, but also accounting for the funds and other property that they control. The Act significantly allows both the persons subject to the guardianship and anyone with an interest in them to file a grievance in a record to the court. And this is significant because it does not require a formal motion or petition, but just the filing of a more informal grievance, which makes the review process of the court open to more people. Obviously, the usefulness of all of this will depend on the care with which the court reviews reports and responds to grievances, and what kind of judicial oversight is anticipated. In recent years, even jurisdictions that have not adopted this Act have experimented with many alternatives to the traditional guardianship. Chief among these, and one that gets a good bit of attention, is the notion of supported decision-making. And here, this is a mechanism in which those with certain disabilities, but not under a guardianship, can designate formally a group of individuals or a team of selected advisors to provide support and advice to them in making a decision, but the individual themselves makes the decision. Changes such as these reflect the movement toward a more explicitly rights-based theory of guardianship as opposed to one that is purely protective. And this may be the model toward which guardianship law is moving in the United States. This is also a similar development in international law. Article 12 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is read by many as advancing that view of guardianship, and there are many even in the international human rights community who go further and argue that guardianships as a whole should be abolished. These debates about guardianship law cannot be resolved by law alone, and the Model Act from 2017 presents one vision. The 50 state laws of our 50 states represent the competing policies adopted by those jurisdictions in trying to structure the guardianship. But they can't be resolved by law alone, regardless of how narrowly or expansively one believes that guardianships should be construed. In particular, they cannot be resolved by a law that sees guardianship all too often as a routine matter, without profound moral questions at its core. Law must always be oriented toward the good of the human person, and this must be based on a proper understanding of that good. Certainly, as far as I know, Catholic teaching does not speak directly to the intricate technicalities of guardianship law. But teaching on the dignity of vulnerable people is well developed. Adults who may be unable to manage their own affairs temporarily or permanently, in part or entirely, are vulnerable in ways that are a primary concern in the long tradition of Catholic teaching. In exploring what Catholic teaching may mean for the development of guardianship law, there are two well-developed lines of thought that initially appear to be in conflict with each other. On the one hand is the duty to protect vulnerable people from harm, And on the other hand is the duty to respect human autonomy. At first glance, this conflict seems merely to frame in religious terms and moral terms an analogy to the tensions identified by secular critics as they attempt to reform guardianship law in some of the ways explored above that balance this duty to protect with enhanced autonomy. But in other ways, I think Catholic social teaching contributes a more nuanced perspective on what it means to assist, to protect, and to care for those who are most in need of assistance. In the end, I think it proposes that these two lines of thought need not be in conflict with each other, but together contribute to the rightly ordered view of the human person that should shape guardianship law. In Fratelli Tutti, Pope Francis declared, "We are responsible for the fragility of others." The dignity of vulnerable persons and the obligation to protect them from exploitation of all kinds is a consistent theme in Catholic thought. This is particularly true when the person is vulnerable. Some may be under a legal guardianship because of a condition that existed since birth or since their childhood. Others may be under a guardianship because of a catastrophic unforeseen injury or illness. In particular, the increased incidence of various forms of dementia among older persons accounts for more widespread use of guardianships toward the end of life. Catholic teaching consistently proclaims that there is a profound, uncompromisable dignity of each human person because each person is made in the image and likeness of God. And this is not affected or diminished by any type of limitations that person may be experiencing at any time. Again, as proclaimed in Fratelli Tutti, every human being has the right to live with dignity and to develop integrally. People have this right even if they were born with or developed limitations. This does not detract from their great dignity as human persons, a dignity based not on circumstances, but on the intrinsic worth of their being. This echoes a warning years ago from Pope John Paul II in Veritatis Splendor, when he cautioned against an attitude that places decision-making capacity at the heart of personhood. He warned, certain currents of modern thought have gone so far as to exalt freedom to such an extent it becomes an absolute, which would then be the source of values. This is the direction taken by doctrines which have lost the sense of the transcendent, or which are explicitly atheist. Pope John Paul II discussed this even more explicitly in the context of those who experience cognitive impairments. He wrote, "The starting point for every reflection on disability is rooted in the fundamental conviction of Christian anthropology, even when the disabled person has their limitations on their sensory or intellectual capacity. They are fully human beings and possess the sacred and inalienable rights that belong to every human creature." Unlike theories that focus on autonomy as the key element of human dignity, Catholic teaching has not done so. Instead, it notes consistently that the inability to be fully autonomous has no bearing on the individual's dignity as one made in the image and likeness of God. Because of this, those who are most vulnerable need protection from those who would exploit them. In light of this, a powerful strain of Catholic social thought would support judicial use of guardianships, I believe, arising from the notion that human life, particularly vulnerable human life, should be, in the words of Evangelium Vitae, be protected with loving concern. This line of Catholic social thought focuses on the obligation to care for those who are most vulnerable and protect them from exploitation, neglect, and harm. When an individual cannot effectively do that for themselves, this strain of thought supports guardianships as a permissible way to entrust to one person the sacred privilege of caring for another in this profound, personal, but legally dramatic way. While, yes, this does limit the ability of the person to enjoy complete exercise of a full panoply of legal rights, it provides enhanced protection for those unable to guard themselves. This strain of thought would, I believe correctly, reject movements to abolish guardianships in their entirety. This would be inconsistent with the reality that for some, it is essential to appoint another to guard and to protect them. The Catholic perspective does not address specific legal mechanisms to guard and to protect, but a guardianship may be one of the panoply of tools to defend an individual from exploitation or their own ability to manage their affairs in a safe way. But this is not to suggest it should be the first or the only way to do so. But it still could be one effective way to achieve the goal of protecting vulnerable people. Unfortunately, there are those who seek to take advantage of the vulnerable, and a robust system of guardianship may be critical to prevent abuse. Although this comes with heightened dependency, such dependency is in fact a natural part of life. Pope John Paul II observed, "As we grow, we become more dependent. We are blessed indeed if in our later years we find others to take an interest in us and help us. This is a beautiful and meritorious work carried on by so many." Yet, while guardianships can protect vulnerable people and provide for their care, Catholic teaching also warns against depriving others of their autonomy too easily. Veritatis Splendor notes human freedom belongs to us as creatures. It is a freedom which is given as a gift, one to be received like a seed and to be cultivated responsibly. It is an essential part of that creaturely image, which is the basis of the dignity of the person. The Church has much to say about the importance of autonomy, or freedom as properly defined, for the dignity of the human person. To the extent that guardianship suspends some aspects of social participation, this line of Catholic social teaching cautions against their unnecessary or overly expansive use. The Catechism of the Catholic Church posits every human being created in the image of God has the natural right to be recognized as a free and responsible being. All owe to each other this duty of respect. The right of the exercise of freedom is an inalienable requirement of the dignity of the person. This right must be protected and recognized by civil authority within the limits of the common good and public order. Catholic teaching, while on the one hand soundly rejects the false idea that autonomy is the measure of human dignity, it still defends the importance of properly ordered autonomy, and it warns against carelessly depriving others of it. Indeed, in the words of Evangelium Vitae again, the theory of human rights is based precisely on the affirmation that the human person cannot be subjected to the domination of others. Particularly with respect to older persons whose independence may be growing more limited, the Pontifical Council for the Laity observed poignantly that they may experience a sense of impotence at being unable to change their own situation due to inability to participate in decision-making. Relegating others to unnecessarily passive participants in their own lives is an affront to the importance of autonomy. This is particularly true when that deprivation also isolates vulnerable people from their communities, whether this is intentional or inadvertent. So there is an undeniable tension on the one hand between the need to protect vulnerable people through guardianships and the need to safeguard their autonomy. In attempting to reconcile this tension, Catholic teaching can speak profoundly to the responsibility of those who serve their brothers and sisters as guardians. And it can offer a perspective that suggests that perhaps this perceived conflict is a false dilemma. A proper perspective requires acknowledging that both protection and autonomy have their place, and holy discernment is needed to determine how both to serve the good of the human person. Autonomy is not absolute. It's not absolute even for the strong and the healthy. And the Church proposes the better model is the model of mutual exchange. This is particularly true within the family, a place for reciprocal spiritual and material assistance. This is not a model of complete dependence and complete control, but one that respects the dignity of all, even when the realities of life place one person under the care of another. Thus, the substance of guardianship law is important. Catholic teaching on protection, autonomy, and the understanding of both can inform debates about the future of guardianship reform. So I would like to propose a number of suggestions with respect to the general contours of guardianship law, and then perhaps some specific obligations of guardians. First, consistent with the trend in secular legal developments, guardianships should be framed as narrowly as possible to offer the protections needed against exploitation, but no more broadly than that. That would include both making the initial guardianship determination as carefully as possible, and that the appointment of the guardian vests them with no rights beyond those necessary to assist the vulnerable person. This protects as much autonomy as possible, by avoiding the traditional all or nothing model that automatically suspends all rights with the appointment of a guardian. At the same time, though, it does not accept the critique that guardianships are always and everywhere impermissible, a position taken by some human rights and disability rights advocates. Second, Catholic teaching would advocate for laws that aggressively prioritize the appointment of family members as guardians wherever possible, since there is a right and duty to be primarily responsible for one's own upkeep and that of his family. This is a consistent theme in Catholic social teaching, which does not view family caregivers with suspicion, but with the constant theme that family is the primary place where care is to be given and received in love. As Familiaris Consortio proposes, the relationship between members of the family are inspired and guided by the law of free giving. This free giving takes the form of heartfelt acceptance, encounter, and dialogue, disinterested availability, generous service, and deep solidarity. This teaching on the centrality of the family favors the appointment of family members to serve as guardians with the expectation that the bonds of marital, filial, and familial love will infuse the ways in which the daunting tasks of a guardian are undertaken. But certainly in the most tragic of circumstances, it may be family members against whom the vulnerable person most needs protection. In other circumstances, family members may be absent or unavailable, or family members may be truly willing to serve as guardians, but for whatever reason are unable to undertake those substantial responsibilities. In the spirit of subsidiarity, when families are incapable of providing this help, it devolves to other persons, other families, and a subsidiary way, society, to provide for their needs. Even if there is no family member or close friend available to take on the complete formal responsibilities of serving as a guardian, a Catholic perspective would support other measures that ensure that family members are as fully involved as possible and that public guardians with no relation to the individual be used only when necessary and that they be encouraged and enabled to be in as close communication with family members as possible. Third, Catholic teaching would support procedural protections in the appointment of a guardian so that to the extent possible, the person subject to the guardianship remains an active participant in this profoundly important process. Pope Francis has decried situations in which those who are vulnerable are intimidated to renounce their rights. In the guardianship context, this would mean that procedures to ensure the best interest of the vulnerable person are fully protected and must be part of the guardianship proceeding. These procedures must accommodate possible participation of the individual if that is feasible. At this stage, the role of those making the petition, supporting the petition, and evaluating the petition should bear a significant burden to ensure that their motives are correct, their self-interest will not cloud their judgment, and that the wishes of those who are stronger do not automatically outweigh the wishes of those who are the vulnerable parties. Fourth, the Catholic perspective on guardianship should also inform the ways in which the marriages of those under a guardianship are approached. In the civil context, there has been a movement toward expanding the rights to marry of those who are under a guardianship. The right to marry and found a family is clearly articulated in Catholic social thought. However, the Church also requires the full and free consent of the man and woman entering into the marriage for the marriage to be valid. Thus, while the connection of capacity to marry and appointment of a guardian may not be one of complete overlap, the Church would seek to avoid situations in which a guardian was making decisions pertaining to marriage or when someone was seeking to marry without a full, free understanding. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, the Catholic perspective on protecting vulnerable persons favors developing a sound theory of, and I would even say theology of, the role of the guardian, one that imposes a strict regime on the guardians to support them in their work. In the strongest terms possible, Church teaching declares shame should fall on those who take advantage of the weakness of illness or old age. Guardianship law should prevent abuse and penalize exploitation of vulnerable persons. Courts must be equipped to exercise careful oversight of guardians, respond efficiently to complaints of wrongdoing, and impose penalties on those who abuse their position of trust in bad faith. But yet, because many guardians are ideally family members, These burdens should not be so onerous as to discourage them from taking on these responsibilities. They should also avoid penalizing family members who step up and take responsibility, and the court's attention should be directed to cases of willful bad faith, neglect, gross negligence, and courts appointing guardians should be required to offer training and guidance on the technical aspects of the role so that guardians, particularly family members, do not inadvertently err in exercising their responsibilities. More importantly, Catholic teaching has much to contribute to developing a robust theory on the vocation of the guardian. Again, with the routine nature of guardianship proceedings, it is easy to lose sight of the sacred nature of this responsibility. And perhaps civil law is unable or poorly equipped to capture this perspective. But Catholic social teaching does so in a rich and compelling way. In the beautiful words of Redemptoris Custo, Pope John Paul II uses the term guardian in a very positive way to praise St. Joseph as a guardian of the mystery, the first guardian of divine mystery, and a guardian of the mystery of God. He is praised as the one through whom the so-called private or hidden life of Jesus is entrusted to Joseph's guardianship. Thus, church teaching identifies something sacred in the role of a faithful guardian. Guardians must recognize that in one way or another, the person who is guarded suffers. Sharing in this suffering is an important part of the guardian's role. Pope Benedict noted, society cannot accept its suffering members and support them in their trials, unless individuals are capable of doing so themselves. Moreover, the individual cannot accept another's suffering unless he personally is able to find meaning in suffering. While love cannot be legally mandated, the Catholic vision of the human person does encompass a radical call to love, a radical call that's exemplified in the most faithful of guardians. As noted in Evangelium Vitae, we must care for the other person for whom God has made us responsible. Some of these responsibilities cannot be easily imposed by civil law beyond the basic rules of fiduciary responsibilities. But perhaps appointments of guardians may be accompanied by more expansive training. At the same time, faith-based organizations, including dioceses and parishes and healthcare leaders, might focus on outreach to guardians by caring for their spiritual needs, responding to their moral and ethical questions, and offering practical support to well-meaning but overwhelmed guardians. In a particular way, faith-based organizations have a special role to play in assisting guardians making difficult choices about medical care and the end-of-life decisions. The Catholic Church's teachings on the ethics of medical care are well developed but often poorly understood. And guardians should be able to depend on their faith communities to assist them in the most difficult of moral dilemmas. In keeping with the important work that you do, the conscience rights of guardians who do not wish to pursue courses that they know to be wrong should also be robustly protected. Catholic social thought, I believe, can help deepen the ways in which the complex, often painful, and yet in very sad ways, so routine matter of guardianship can be navigated. Indeed, frailty is part of everyone's life. In light of this, those charged with shaping guardianship law and policy, and those with the responsibility of serving as guardians may do best to reflect on this tension and recognize that in their own frailty, they too may someday need a guardian. I encourage you to keep current on the developments in guardianship law in your jurisdictions and to ensure that it serves the needs of those who are most vulnerable and that it supports those who care for them in this profound and intimate way. I'm happy to continue this discussion with you today and after you leave, and I encourage you to entrust your work to the patronage of St. Joseph, that best of guardians, and I am certain that he will hear your prayers. Thank you. I think we have a few minutes for questions,
Yeah.
which I am happy to take.
We have time. I'll bring the mic to you. You won't hear the mic over the system. This is for the live stream, so, but that's why. All right. So, any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Salicia. Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Salicia. I was wondering, how do you find out about your state's particular updates on law?
Okay, so a lot will depend on the state, but the best way to look at it is usually guardianships are under the authority of the probate court in the jurisdiction, and so they will be in the section of the code that deals with probate matters very often. There are ways to set up informational alerts to get updates on that, but I think the best way to do that would be to access a current copy of what the probate law is in the state, and then find out which committee of your state legislature has supervisory authority over guardianship laws, and then monitor it from there. You're welcome, and I'm happy to show you some of the details about how to do that research offline.
This may be a bit of an unfair question, but I'll ask it anyway. One of the issues that we deal with, and when I was working in Catholic healthcare, guardianship was a bit of an issue, but the bigger issue is really more kind of maybe on the retail level with like healthcare power of attorney and those types of things. So I'm wondering if you could comment on how what you said in terms of guardianship applies to questions of healthcare power of attorneys.
Yeah, so a couple of things about that. First, ideally, the healthcare power of attorney was executed by the person themselves when they were healthy and legally competent. So the first hope is that that person who they picked is someone who they selected, who they reasonably believed cared about them and shared their values. So in that sense, it's different than the guardianship, which was imposed or petitioned for either without their consent or even over their objection. So that's, I think, one big difference. I think the difficulty with the medical powers of attorney is that question of whether or not that person is acting in the best interest of the party, substitute judgment, or whether they are there as the agent. And I think the prevailing models that I see proposed most often is that they are the agent, which is not what I see reflected in some of the teaching of the church, on the sense that you are the agent up to the point where what they are requesting you to do is something that is immoral. And at that point, you become a participant in that activity, even if it's something that they requested. So I think the first stage of that is, yes, giving deference to the person who is the healthcare power of attorney if the person can't make their own decisions. But then at that point also advising them that they have to be fully aware of what the ethical limits are on what they can do. And I think that's one of the areas where there can be a real service to people who have medical powers of attorney, who are faced in circumstances where they have to make decisions quickly that they have not thought about. Sometimes as well, you have situations where the person who's the guardian is not the person who has the healthcare power of attorney. And so you have one person who was authorized to make the medical decisions, and then you have the person who is the guardian of the person and managing the finances and the resources, controlling where that person lives, but they're not the one authorized to make medical decisions. And I think that's the more difficult one. And hopefully the person appointed as guardian is the person who's making healthcare decisions, but often it has not worked out that way.
I just had one question of clarification. You mentioned the power of attorney is the agent of whom?
The person who is receiving the care. So if I give someone my medical power of attorney, they are my agent acting on my behalf when I can't.
Right, and then you thought there may come a time when the person who holds the power of attorney is asked by the principal, the patient, to authorize a treatment that would be contrary to the moral order, and the power of attorney would then have to decline? Was that the idea?
No, because I think in that point, if the person is making the request, but they were competent to make it, then you have to defer to them, not the person who had the power of attorney. I think the situation that comes up more often is if I have the power of attorney and the person, while they were competent, or when they appointed me as the power of attorney, they said, you know, if this situation happens, I want you to pursue assisted suicide for me, for example. I know what their wish is. I should not have accepted that appointment in the beginning.
Right, so shouldn't the power of attorney be accompanied by a medical directive?
That's a big question. I think what makes me nervous about that is when you have a medical directive, you can't anticipate the circumstance that you'll be in the future. So if I sign a medical directive saying I don't want these treatments, the person who is looking at that medical directive, that's what I said. And if they don't follow that, there's going to be some potential liability. But the situation that came up might be one that if I were competent in that moment, I would have said, disregard what I said 5 years ago. I want that treatment now. So often the form will have a place for both. But if it's a medical power of attorney without any advance directives, then usually there's something in the form that says they're complying with the presumed known wishes of the person. They may not be fully known.
I think that's it for now, but Lucia will be around if there's any other questions. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for the next one.
Thank you very much.
That was great.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't even know the water was down there.
Well, I'm getting that now. So.
Awesome.
Okay, we're about ready to start our third lecture. How are we doing? I just want to make one brief announcement and let everybody know that we have over 200 viewers on live stream today. I mean, just a absolute blessing. Thank you, sister. This just a marvelous blessing for this symposium, and people keep coming on. I think, you know, as the Pacific time zone starts to move in, we'll take that into account for next year and figure something out. But thank you.
Great. So I am really honored to introduce our next speaker. I was trying to remember when I first met Dean Nolan. It may have been at this conference last year, but what sticks out of my mind is running into one another and walking together for a while with my two teenage sons and Dean Nolan at the March for Life. And so I'm just so thrilled that Catholic University's nursing school is headed up by someone who's such a courageous witness for life. So let me tell you a bit more about her. Marie Nolan is Dean and Ordinary Professor in the Conway School of Nursing here at the Catholic University of America. Her research for over 20 years has focused on the healthcare decision-making of patients with terminal illness and their family caregivers, and has included interventions, measurement, and theory development. Prior to her appointment as Dean of the Conway School of Nursing, Dr. Nolan served as Executive Vice Dean of Johns Hopkins School of Nursing and core faculty member of the Berman Institute of Bioethics at Johns Hopkins University. She also served on the Ethics Committee and Consultation Service of the Johns Hopkins Hospital and on the IRB of Johns Hopkins Medicine. She served as the Johns Hopkins Director of the PhD Program Partnership with Peking Union Medical College in Beijing, the first university in China to graduate nurses with a PhD in nursing. Dr. Nolan's work is grounded in the dignity of the human person as the foundation of a moral vision for nursing and healthcare. And her talk today is entitled The Moral Foundation of Nursing as a Guide for Healthcare Policy. Please join me in welcoming Dean Marie Nolan.
Thank you very much, Professor Kirk. So I wore a mask today because I'm just getting over a respiratory infection, so more for your protection. But I'm actually feeling very good. So I'll note today that I'm the only person to use slides, and perhaps that's a reflection of the medical or nursing model of education. Once one of my physician colleagues at Johns Hopkins decided to come down and get a master's degree in bioethics at Georgetown, and when he came back to the ethics committee, we all asked, well, how is it? And he said, well, one surprising thing is they don't use slides. He said they talk to one another without PowerPoints. So we all nodded in amazement. So my thanks to Professor Kirk, the Center for Law and the Human Person, the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance for hosting this important conference. And I will say Professor Kirk encouraged me to provide some information about how we prepare nurses, particularly how do we prepare Catholic nurses to make good moral judgments in their practice. So please take my content today not so much as lecturing to you, my esteemed colleagues, but rather to show some of you who might not know, how do we teach nurses to make good moral judgments? I also want to recognize Dr. Marie Alberti-Versacoy, who I've had the very good fortune of dealing with legislation for aid in dying in Maryland. I'll talk a little bit about that. And then Teresa Rodriguez, who's here today, is a nurse who teaches content in natural family planning to our nurse practitioner students. So I'm grateful for their participation today. Okay. Well, this is what I'll talk about. Why nursing involvement in health policy? After all, we're in a law school, and lawyers are much more prepared than we are to understand laws and legislation, as are our colleagues in political science and perhaps even public health. So why nursing involvement? And how can the moral foundation of nursing guide practice and health policy? How does nursing grounded in faith transform the profession of nursing? and then one policy example, since our topic today is health policy, on the Maryland End of Life Option Act. And then hopefully after that we'll have some good discussion. Well, why nursing involvement in policy, health policy? So we are, after all, the most trusted profession, according to a Gallup survey that's done every year. And perhaps that's because we touch all dimensions of healthcare. You will find nurses at the beginning of life, in the obstetrics department. You will find us in the middle of life, in adult health, whether it's in the hospital or in the community center. You will find us at the end of life in gerontology nursing and with end-stage conditions, a variety of types of diseases. We're in the schools, grade schools, high schools, even universities. So we're everywhere. Also, nurses serve in very important leadership positions. Not everyone may know that the president of the 6-hospital health system of Johns Hopkins is actually a nurse. Not only is Kevin Sowers a nurse from Johns Hopkins, but he's also, prior to this position, was the president of the Duke Health System. So we have faculty on the Conway School of Nursing faculty who are the former chief operations officer of the Georgetown Hospital. That's Dr. Joyce Johnson. We also have another faculty member who's the chief nursing officer of Inova Fairfax Hospital and of the Hospital of the University of Virginia. So nurses are in a variety of leadership positions. And because of our focus on the whole person, mind, body, and spirit, we're particularly well positioned to accompany the patient and family throughout illness as well as in health. Pope Francis has really talked about accompaniment when he said, "He or she who accompanies does not substitute the Lord, does not work in the place of the person accompanied, but walks alongside him or her, encouraging them to interpret what is stirring in their heart, the quintessential place where the Lord speaks." There are many policies that nurses have influenced. So most recently, nurses have influenced state laws on minimum patient-nurse ratios. They have spoken and testified regarding Medicare coverage, drive-through deliveries, which is a term that came up in the 1990s when certain insurance companies incentivized financially women to leave the hospital within 24 hours after delivery. Nurses spoke to legislatures saying there's a lot more that goes on immediately after the delivery of a baby than just, it's not just a medical procedure. They talked about how nurses, especially for first-time mothers, help mothers learn to breastfeed, which we now know is incredibly important to health in later life, and also help mothers to learn to care for the baby and bond with the baby. There's some very good things that go on in the 24 to 48-hour period. So nurses did talk about that during that time. Also now, nurses testify regarding the medically assisted dying and assisted suicide legislation that is going throughout the country. So how does the moral foundation of nursing guide practice and health policy formation? So this is on I guess your left is Miss Angela Cooper. She's one of our doctoral students here in the Conway School of Nursing. She is a leader in the VA health system, in particular the VA hospital right here in Washington, D.C. So she influences policies at the institutional and national level. I think the most transformative person for me in understanding the moral foundation of nursing is probably surprisingly a physician. So Dr. Edmund Pellegrino, perhaps best known as the founder of the Bioethics Institute at Georgetown University, is also known to us at the Catholic University of America as the former president of the Catholic University of America. And what Dr. Pellegrino said is that the act of profession, the act of asking a patient, and he also always said his beliefs were equally applicable to nurses as well as physicians, and perhaps some other health professionals, but certainly nurses as well as physicians. So he said the act of profession, to ask the question, can I help you? So in a nurse, when I walk into the room and I say, "Good evening, Mr. Williams. My name is Marie Nolan. I'll be your nurse this evening. How can I help you?" That is not just a statement, but a promise. And that promise means I'm competent, so I'm a competent nurse. I will use my knowledge for your benefit, and you can trust me. And Dr. Pellegrino would almost always add, and at least has a modicum of altruism, meaning I will place your needs before my own. And that is not meant to be in the extreme, that the nurse or physician will not get sleep or will not eat for days on end, but will tend to place the needs of the patients before their own needs. It also means I will use my knowledge for your benefit and you can trust me. What Pellegrino noted is there's a need to be able to trust in the patient who is made vulnerable by illness. So the promise to care, the promise that I'm competent to the vulnerable, ill patient is important, and especially when keeping in mind the end of that relationship, the goal of that relationship is the act of healing. And of course we know that healing is a much broader term than just cure or resumption of a particular capacity, like being able to walk again or feeling free of headaches. The act of healing means to make whole, to help that person to become whole again. Pellegrino talked about 4 goods: the medical or biophysical good, the good for all humans, the patient perception of good, and the patient's final or spiritual good. So the medical or biophysical good, that's the important good that we're seeking to achieve for the patient that comes into the emergency room and we don't know him or her at all. We don't know their values, we don't know their background, we know nothing. So in that case, we are seeking the biomedical or physical good to make sure that we restore or maintain the heart beating, the lungs inflating, circulation. That's the biomedical good we're seeking to achieve. But there are also goods for all humans. The type of persons that humans are already implies a certain type of good. For example, we know that the human person is a person who flourishes in community, in relationship with others, initially the family unit. So when a patient comes in, if the patient can't speak to us himself or herself, one of the first things we might ask in the emergency room is, who came in with the patient? Who brought the patient? Who can tell us who this person is? So we're looking for what are the goods of all human persons. And then finally, once we do have the chance to get to know the patient, and this could be when the patient becomes conscious again, but it can also be in a long-term primary care relationship or a relationship in a community health center, a nursing home, when we finally have the opportunity to know this patient and their values and their wishes. That is the patient's opportunity to find out the patient's final or spiritual good. So what does the patient believe about God? What is the patient's feeling about the transcendental? And having studied patients at the end of life for many years, it's an incredibly rich time. It is a very rich time for patients to begin to think about things such as reconciliation. Reconciliation with family members, reconciliation with friends, reconciliation with God. And my last talk about Pellegrino is that he talks about the moral integrity of the person, but that the respect for these 4 goods of the patient does have limits. So when I speak to new nursing students, I say, you as a nurse are an individual with your own moral integrity. So patients, families, colleagues, employers, they may not violate your moral integrity. So my advice to the nursing student who's getting ready to graduate and seek a position is don't wait until 2 a.m. in the morning on the night shift when someone is pressuring you, maybe it's a nurse, a fellow nurse, a nursing supervisor, a physician, to give a medication to intentionally end the patient's life. Don't wait until that moment to tell them who you are. The time to tell people who you are is when you are first beginning to look at positions, that is the time for, usually it's a nurse manager for a new nurse looking at a hospital unit, although there are other places that new nurses go to seek positions, but usually it is a nurse manager asking if you can be a good match for the values and the goals of this particular unit. So when I was a new nurse in 1980 seeking a position, the only thing I had to worry about in my mind was to make sure that no hospital, because I did, having practiced in a Catholic hospital and then going to secular hospitals for employment, I knew that I could not be assured of the same value system in a Catholic hospital or in secular hospitals that I had seen in a Catholic hospital. So every interview I went on, I would usually say why I would be the most wonderful neuro nurse or oncology nurse that they had ever seen and why they would love to hire me. But at the very end of the meeting, I said, there is something I need to talk to you about. I'm a Catholic person, and that means that I believe in the value of life from conception until natural death. So I can never be placed in a position where I would be asked to participate in an abortion, refer a patient for an abortion, assist in preparing someone, teaching them about for an abortion, or doing follow-up care for a person undergoing an abortion. I said, if you ask me to do that, I would have to leave. So then the nurse manager knew, and I knew I had said who I am. And in every instance, when I was interviewing for oncology units and neuroscience units, the nurse managers looked at me and said, well, you know, Marie, this is a neuroscience unit. We don't do abortions here. And if we had a woman who was pregnant with a neurologic illness, she wouldn't be on our unit. She would be on the obstetrics unit where her baby could be monitored. So you don't need to worry about anything here. And I often think now what a simple life that was for a new nurse to only worry about stating that this is who I am. Now it's a much more complicated time for our students. So nurses going into hospitals today, our students, our graduates, need to articulate not only that they will not participate in an abortion, particularly if they're going to work in an obstetric unit, but also that they will not participate in assisted suicide or surgeries that would make an attempt to alter someone's sexual identity. There are many things that students will have to discuss. So what frameworks do we equip students with, or at least expose them to, so that they understand what their approach might be to moral decision-making? So perhaps most importantly, our students at Catholic University, Conway School of Nursing, learn about natural law and virtue ethics. They learn about the virtues that are very important to both nurses and physicians: prudence, temperance, fortitude, justice, and many others. They learn about a framework that is grounded in human dignity, based on individuals who are made in the image and likeness of God. They also learn about deontology, deontology being the framework that talks about what our duties are to others. It's important for nurses to know that there are expectations of society on nurses and physicians. So a medical colleague at Johns Hopkins, who's a psychiatrist on the ethics committee, said once, I have had the privilege of practicing nearly my entire medical career as a psychiatrist. And the only thing that society asks for me in return is that I will do CPR in cases of emergency. Now that was a very simple way of saying that there are certain expectations of any nurse and any physician to act in this Good Samaritan type of way, to the extent that our education enables us to do so. But deontology is very limited as a framework in terms of being able to guide nurses. A very important thing for our students to realize is to understand utilitarianism as a framework, or consequentialism. So many of my students do not realize that in World War II, prior to the mass killing of Jewish people and others, the killing first began with disabled children in children's hospitals entrusted to their care. So nurses were involved in the killing of children, disabled children in these hospitals. And when they were interviewed later, after the war had ended, and asked why they had been involved in this, several of the nurses said, well, I knew it was a time of war and that these resources that these disabled children were using were needed by our military men. And the military men in the war effort was defending our country. So they had used a very utilitarian framework to guide their decision-making. So it's important for our students to know that if they use utilitarianism, it can and has led to very deadly consequences. Here at Catholic University Conway School of Nursing, our students receive a very rich liberal arts curriculum with more philosophy and theology courses than any nursing school of which I'm aware, even Catholic nursing schools. So our students receive a very strong foundation in natural law, virtue ethics, and the understanding that our patients are made in the image and likeness of God. There are some international codes that are instructive. The International Council of Nurses is a code of ethics for nurses, and it talks about educators and researchers should prepare the student with a broader issue of solidarity and the common good, and include in the curriculum ethics, human rights, human dignity, and disparities. I think this is a good example of a code that is not faith-based, but it's very instructive in its guidance. Now to talk about faith as a transformation for the nursing profession. So one of the most wonderful recent writers is Sister Mary Elizabeth O'Brien, and she's a former faculty member in the Conway School of Nursing. She only just retired last year, actually just before I came, so I was very sorry to hear about that, because when I came here for my doctoral studies several years ago, she was on faculty, and I had the privilege of learning from her. And one day, several of us on faculty were just sitting in a conference room, and we began to talk about her and how she had influenced the perspectives of each one of us. And it was so interesting to see that she had influenced us in many different ways. But in the book that she wrote on the nurse calling, Christian spirituality, and caring for the sick, Dr. O'Brien had this poem: "Dear Lord, let me recognize every sick room as a tabernacle where you dwell. And let me never forget, as I care for the ill, that the ground on which I'm standing is holy. The vocation to which I'm called is holy. Help me to be worthy." One of the faculty members said at that discussion that we had that she cannot go into a sick patient's room without saying to herself, "The ground on which I'm standing is holy." So the impact of one person is amazing. Sister O'Brien also had a book in 2015 on Catherine of Siena. So Catherine of Siena, a doctor of the church, who we think of as a doctor of the church and the many things that she has taught us, but she is thought of less frequently for what she's written about care for the vulnerable and the sick. And so Sister Mary Elizabeth O'Brien has talked about the dimensions of what St. Catherine of Siena has taught about the care of the sick as respecting life, being present, comforting with compassion, creating bonds, and becoming an advocate. And perhaps no one has written as beautifully about, as beautifully as St. John Paul II. He has talked about the human person and the education that is grounded in faith and reason. Our students all are exposed to teaching about the human person, freedom and justice, humanae vitae, donum vitae, dignitas personae, salvific dolores, veritatis splendor, and the theology of the body. John Paul II said, "One must cultivate the sensitivity of heart that bears witness to compassion towards a suffering person. Sometimes this compassion remains the only or principal expression of our love for and solidarity with the sufferer." Okay, caught up with myself there. John Paul II wrote about solidarity. Solidarity is a Christian virtue. Solidarity seeks to go beyond itself. It includes forgiveness and reconciliation. One's neighbor, therefore, is not only a human being with rights and a fundamental equality with everyone else, but is a living image of God the Father. And as someone who's studied end of life, it is amazing to me how many people come to the end of life and find forgiveness and reconciliation. I will say that one thing that guides me as Dean of the Conway School of Nursing at the Catholic University of America is the trilogy model of nursing. And this model was first described by Brother Ignatius Perkins, both a Dominican friar and also a graduate of Conway School of Nursing. He was actually in the PhD program 1 year ahead of me, so I had the privilege of getting to know him while I was a student, and I have had the privilege of being a friend and colleague for all these many years since then. So he talks about nursing being grounded in 3 life-affirming principles: human dignity, human freedom, and human flourishing. And just about 2 weeks ago, we had the pleasure of hearing a talk on freedom by Father Aquinas, who's the vice president for mission here at Catholic University. And one thing he said is that freedom is rooted in the truth of man and is oriented towards communion, that is, communion with God. The 3-year goal of this particular symposium, to explore the foundations of the healing ministry of Jesus Christ, is what we're about in the Conway School of Nursing. So I was pleased to participate. This picture is one of our most meaningful ceremonies in the Conway School of Nursing, and it's in the shrine, and it's called the Blessing of the Hands. We have so many people that come to the Blessing of the Hands ceremony, not just nursing students and their parents and family members, but actually people from all over the university come to this ceremony. And they learn about how their hands can become the healing hands of Jesus Christ. This year at the ceremony, I talked about a very good friend of mine who is an interstomal therapist in Chicago when we were both on the staff of the Mount Sinai Hospital in Chicago. And my friend was an interstomal therapist, which is a nurse who specializes in the care of patients who may have had colon cancer or other conditions that require them to have a stoma created surgically in their abdomen to allow waste to come out of their abdomen into a bag. And her goal as an interstomal therapy nurse is to teach them how to care for that stoma and be able to live a normal life. So I noticed one time that she came in that her clothes that she wore were always beautiful. She looked as if she was every day going to an elegant restaurant for lunch or for dinner. And I asked her once, "Mary, why don't you just wear scrubs under your lab coat the way everyone else does?" And she replied, "People that have this ostomy, many of them have body image disruption after this surgery. They feel that they are unclean. They feel untouchable. They feel unlovable." So she said, by my eye contact, my touching, my words, and yes, even my clothes, I convey to them that not only are they touchable, they can manage this, and they are most certainly lovable. She was one of the best examples, I think, I've ever seen of the laying on of hands to heal by nurses. So our students also learn about the guidance of the church. For example, is euthanasia ever right? So the answer of the Catholic Church by Pope John Paul II in Evangelium Vitae is no circumstance, no purpose, no law whatsoever can ever make licit an act which is intrinsically illicit, since it's contrary to the law of God, which is written on every human heart, knowable by reason itself, and proclaimed by the Church. We have teachings on the end of life that are given to us in the ethical and religious directives of Catholic healthcare services by the bishops of the United States. These are enormously helpful, and we share these with our students. these teachings, for example, teachings on the end of life, a person has a moral obligation to use ordinary or proportionate means of preserving his or her life, and disproportionate means are those that, in the patient's judgment, do not offer reasonable hope of benefit, entail excessive burden, impose excessive expense on the family or community. So we have found that these ethical and religious directives are incredibly helpful. All right, lastly, my example of the Maryland End-of-Life Options Act, because after all, we're talking about health policy today. So, and this is where Dr. Bursaquet and I have a shared experience of going to testify against the Maryland End-of-Life Options Act. And prior to this, I would have told you that I'm not a health policy person. Until I got a phone call from my friend and colleague Dan Somasi from Georgetown, and he said, Marie, there's this Maryland Act, Right to Die legislation. You've got to go and talk to, at the state level, against this bill. And so I said, well, Dan, you know, I don't usually do that, but send me the legislation. So he sent me an email attachment with this legislation, and when I read it over, I was so shocked that someone would be attempting to make this bill legal, that I was inspired enough to go to speak against this. So that is where Dr. Bursaquet and I first met. We were told to show up at 8 o'clock if you want to testify against this bill. So there we were at 8 a.m. And we were not asked to testify until just before 5 p.m. We got to watch while everyone spoke before us in favor of the bill. And those of us who were there to speak against it were left to the very end. So in my talk against the bill, I said I've been studying end-of-life care for 20 years, and what I've learned is that this bill is based on a false sense of autonomy. Patients who are made vulnerable by their illness are not at their best in making autonomous decisions. The sick also fear being a burden on family. We found so many patients referred to being a burden that we actually ended up doing a sub-study just on that topic. We started to ask patients, what does it mean when you say you're afraid of being a burden? And we learned that patients think that they might be a physical burden, a financial burden, even a spiritual burden to their family members. So fear of being a burden is a very real concern of those who are dying. I pointed out that a bill like this could continue existing racial and ethnic disparities in healthcare. We know that African American women are diagnosed at a much later stage of breast cancer. So those health disparities exist, and we can almost predict that the same thing would happen in terms of who was offered the option to end their life early. I also noted that these decisions will be influenced by health factors. There's a study that showed that whether a person died in the hospital or at home, and most patients in the United States prefer to die at home, but not as many achieve that goal, but whether a person dies at home or in the hospital is not based on the patient's wishes, and not even sometimes on the physician's wishes, but on the availability of beds in the local hospital. So these decisions are not independent. They're influenced by other things. So, and I forgot to mention, I was so moved by Dr. Bursaquet's testimony. When it was her time to testify, she said that she had had a patient who died by suicide, and how devastated she was as a physician who gets to know her patients as whole persons, mind, body, and spirit, and everything about them and their family and what's important to them and their values. That a patient of hers had died by suicide was so devastating that she felt this burden for years that this had occurred. So how people could think that physicians would willingly encourage their patient to die by suicide was unfathomable to her. So her testimony was very moving. All right, so nurses educated in faith and reason have a very important role in healthcare policy. They can influence national policy, state policy, hospital and agency policy, and they can serve as leaders in practice, health services, and academia. Thank you. question? Sir?
Thank you very much for the illuminating presentation. It's quite helpful. I have no background in this, so it's really helpful to hear what
Thank
you're
you.
teaching. I actually have I'm not known for concrete questions, but I actually have a very concrete one. When you were presenting the covenant of trust, I am competent, I will use my knowledge to help, and you can trust me. It occurred to me, would there be room for a fourth principle, I am available? And the reason I ask that is on the basis of a fairly recent experience that my wife and I have talked about a lot. My wife had taken someone to an emergency room and had spent a good bit of time there and discovered that it was very difficult to get attention when certain things were needed. There seemed to be no one available. And she went to the front desk and found that the nurses were there on their smartphones watching videos. And she stood at the desk for several minutes without anyone looking up. And she finally had to intrude on the video watching. And what we talked about is, has this come up? She said that she was just outraged that there wouldn't be a policy against sitting on your phone if you're on duty as an emergency room attendant, that there ought to be a policy there. And I mean, you think about that, that's something I think that we all can relate to. I wonder if this comes up for discussion.
Yeah, I think that's a really excellent point. Should we include accessibility or availability in our models? I think Dr. Pellegrino gave the example once that he was seeing patients with a colleague, and a patient showed up 30 minutes late for their appointment, and the one physician said, well, tell him to reschedule because my patients need to learn that they have to show up on time. And Dr. Pellegrino said, I will see the patient. And he saw the patient and found that this patient had taken 2 buses to get to the hospital and had really overcome a lot of challenges just to get to the appointment. And so he felt that physicians and nurses should do everything they can to be accessible to a patient. So, and the only other thing I would say is that there is a lot of information that comes across on the smartphones. Nurses are alerted that their patient has arrived. Nurses are alerted that here are the results of that test that you asked for. So there is a lot of things that they might have been looked at, to give the nurses the benefit of the doubt, other than, just a training video or something that could have waited until they met the needs of the patient at hand. But thank you for that point. Yes, sister.
Thank you, first of all. I guess I was reminded of Dr. Schindler's talk earlier, stating that science has become kind of the rule of law. And then you mentioning how nurses are now testifying, and it would seem more of they would be giving more of a narrative rather than science. So I'm wondering, do you see nurses kind of taking at almost being a bridge between this science and narrative, I guess?
Yes, that's a very nice point, sister. Are nurses the bridge between science and maybe personal experience? And there is a whole part of science that is qualitative research, and we have a couple of faculty members at Conway School of Nursing who are engaged in just that type of work where they interview patients and hear the patient's stories and then communicate those experiences. Dr. Gianagazio is one of our faculty members who studies the impact of military deployment on very young children. And she's learned from speaking to both children and parents about what that experience is like. So I think it's an important role of nurses to tell those stories. Thank you, sister.
Thank you for all this marvelous input. My question is, most of our hospitals don't necessarily have all Catholic nurses. So do you have any recommendations on how to more deeply infuse them? I mean, we teach the ethical and religious directives, but it's the base that's not there for many people.
Yes, that is so important, sister. And since I taught at a secular university for 20 years, I appreciate this point that, we're so blessed to be at a Catholic university where often you can assume that there's a basic understanding of, for example, every human person being made in the image and likeness of God. That is not true when you start to go into secular populations. And your point is well taken. You receive nurses who have a variety of backgrounds. So in my teaching, I used to always, even at secular universities, I would say you are going to take care of patients from many different backgrounds, religious beliefs. So here's what Catholic patients believe. And then I would teach them about Catholic teachings. And then I also thought it was important for them to know what Orthodox Jewish patients believe and the importance of both dietary laws, which I learned at a Jewish hospital, the importance of dietary laws, the importance of rituals around end-of-life care after people die. So it is important for nurses to learn all of those different religious perspectives, but incredibly important for them to learn Catholic beliefs, since if they're going to be at a Catholic hospital. I think if you, well, this is a luxury because there's a national nursing shortage, but to the extent that you can, and we think of this from a faculty perspective, that you can ensure that you have a core group of Catholic nurses on individual units or in the institution, there is a great deal of modeling that takes place by Catholic nurses or Catholic faculty. So I would just say to the extent that you can do that, that's helpful. Yes.
Hello, Dr. Nolan. I thank you so much. Nursing is so important. We talk a lot about the end-of-life issues. There's also the beginning of life issues. And as we know, Donum Vitae and Dignitas Personae focus on life at conception, and even says, since embryos must be treated as a person, it must be defended in its integrity, tended and cared for to the extent possible in the same way as any other human being as far as medical assistance is concerned. And I know it's an ongoing debate in the Catholic Church about what to do with frozen embryos. I have worked with Dr. George Machowski at Catholic Health International. We did a webinar on treating human embryos as human patients. Could you address these frozen embryos? There's about 1 million now stuck in fertility clinics, and shouldn't they be cared for in our Catholic hospitals? And they are being deprived of maternal reception and gestation. So I think there needs to be would you comment on where you think we should? I think if we need another conversation about what the magisterium teaches about therapeutic procedures being licit to heal them and save them, that also is in Donum Vitae. I have you any comments on beginning of life healthcare for human embryos?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. Other than to say, I very much adhere to Catholic teaching on the sanctity of life from conception until natural death. I don't have a specific resolution for that moral difficulty of what ought we do with frozen embryos who are human persons. I don't know the answer to that, but I appreciate the question. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Marie, can I ask you a very self-serving question? I'm going to say it up front. One of the questions we get fairly often is from nurses or from medical students or medical residents, and it's the question that you talked about going back to the early 80s of I'm going into the medical field, this is what I'm willing to do, this is what I'm not willing to do. What advice do you give your nurses, and I'm hearing this because we get this question too, what advice do you give your nurses when they're going out into the world to navigate these waters?
So this is a very important issue. So the advice I give is the advice I described, but some additional points too. So, you know, that on these interviews, they find as much as they can about the institution and the particular unit that they're going to, because you can even have variability in units of the same institution. But to find out if this is the type of institution that would be opposed to your moral values, then you may want to find that out early and choose not to practice there. I mean, today's graduates are really fortunate in that there is a national nursing shortage, so they can actually afford to interview at many different places and be assured that they'll have a position ultimately. But the most important, one thing I'll add is one thing I also talk to students about, in addition to saying you really should let people know who you are at the beginning, is know when to walk. And knowing when to walk doesn't mean leave in the middle of a shift. We should avoid that if at all possible, because, you know, nurses already are working with amazing patient loads in hospitals today. So, you know, leaving in the middle of a shift would be something I would try to avoid. But knowing when to walk means after you say, this is who I am, and this is what I will do, and what I will not do, if the institution continues to say, well, this is what you need to do, and I can imagine this discussion playing out in the middle of the night with a fellow nurse or a nursing supervisor or a physician who will say, if you don't give this medication, we will accuse you of abandonment of your patient. We will accuse you of malpractice to have a patient that you are not medicating for pain. And the appropriate response is, I will absolutely medicate for pain. I will use my nursing judgment to determine the level of pain and the effectiveness of the medication that I give. I will not walk in the room with the intention of ending the patient's life. So being able to articulate the difference in intention between giving a medication to relieve pain or other symptoms and a medication whose purpose is to end life is very important. But knowing when to leave, when this institution or this unit is no longer a good fit for you. I actually spoke to a nurse who was not Catholic. He was a Mormon. And he said he was at an institution, so I met him at a conference. He was at an institution and they floated him, which is what happens in times of shortages. You may be a nurse who works in a surgical unit and suddenly you find yourself in an obstetrics unit, and that is what happened to him. So he was in a secular hospital, he was floated to a obstetric unit, and he was asked to administer a prostaglandin suppository to induce an abortion. And he said, I will not do that. And then the nursing supervisor said, you must do it or you will lose your job at this institution. He said, I made my report. I made sure that the other nurses received a good report on each of my patients, and I left. He said, I resigned and I left. So this is an example of someone who actually did leave in the middle of a shift because he felt so pressured to do something that was against his moral beliefs that he felt he could not stay. So he reported off, he ensured the safety of his patients, and he left. And I said to him, but you know, you could have stayed. You could have said, I demand freedom of conscience, that this is against my moral belief, and I will not do this. And he said, my wife is a nurse also. We had already discussed what our response would be if we were ever asked to do this, and I simply did it. And so that gave me the insight to say, nurses need to think about these scenarios before they happen so that they've rehearsed in their mind what they will do, what they will not do, and ultimately they will know when to walk.
I just make an observation given the number of people who are involved in healthcare in the room and I guess in listening online. You are in a position to be particularly powerful advocates about the dignity of the person, the body-soul relationship, the transcendent destiny of the human person. And I say that because in the prime of life, it's easy to become enamored of an overly exalted view of autonomy and the will to power. But when you are in a vulnerable position, you know you are not just a mechanism. You know you're not just a heap of cells. You know and feel very acutely the power of the soul and where you're destined to go. And nursing and healthcare officials can not only help the patient and comfort the patient in that regard, but they can testify through personal experience about the true nature of the human person whom they see over and over and over again.
Yes, it's a wonderful point. Thank you very much. I had a classmate who is, as she said, an agnostic. And she said, Marie, please know that an agnostic is not an atheist. We are unsure, but we know that there is a being, a godlike figure. She said, no nurse who has been in a room at a time the patient passes away cannot understand that there is a human force, we would say a soul, who is present and has left the body. So even a woman who is not sure of her faith said that witnessing the end of life convinced her of the presence of a soul. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering if you can comment on your guidance to young nurses that are required to undergo two things. One is DEI training that may be contrary to their faith, and two is signing hospital rules, regulations, bylaws at hire that may never be enforced because you're on a unit that doesn't encounter those things. But you still have to sign bylaws that say that you will perform any services that are legally acceptable and within your training, which is common language now in bylaws.
I would say, so for the first, diversity, equity, and inclusion, I would have to look at the document itself. I don't think there's anything wrong on its face to say that we value people of all different races and ethnic backgrounds, and that we want to include a diverse group of people in our nursing profession or medical profession, but there certainly could be things beyond that that might be objectionable. And this idea of if there are things in the bylaws that nurses would find objectionable, I think the time to find out about those is the time where you're seeking a position. And if there's something objectionable in the bylaws that all nurses are asked to sign, that might be the time to say, maybe this is not an institution that's consistent with my moral values. So thank you for bringing that up. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean Nolan, especially for coming here in the midst of sickness and still being present with us. We really appreciate it. For everyone online, we're going to take a lunch break. We'll be back at 1:30 Eastern Time. I would like to invite Dr. White up now to just give us a blessing for lunch, and then lunch is for everyone here out in the atrium.
I would first like to make an apology to this group and to God for not invoking the Holy Spirit at the beginning of this session. It was an oversight. We typically have clergy, but we haven't forgotten. So I ask us all to join in prayer in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Come, Holy Spirit, and enlighten our minds with your truth, and inflame our hearts with your love, that we might always seek your holy will for the benefit of all those we are called to serve. Amen. And bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ryan, right?
Yes, good to
Josh.
meet you.
Sorry.
You met Lisa already.
I have Lisa Douglas.
Testing, 1, 2.
Is it coming in? Are we live? Okay. Okay. All right, we're back from our lunch break. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're going to start our afternoon session, which we're going to have two different panels this afternoon, and we're extremely thankful for the experts who were brought in with their, giving their time up today to join us to talk about both Medicare and Medicaid within the context of these two panels. So the first panel discussion is saving Medicare and private sector healthcare through modernization. And it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator, Grace Marie Turner. Grace Marie is the founder of the Galen Institute, a public policy research organization, which she founded in 1995 to promote debate over free market ideas for health reform. There's more. She writes extensively about incentives to promote a more competitive, patient-centered marketplace and testifies regularly before Congress, advising senior government officials, governors, and state legislators on health care policy. She's been named repeatedly as one of Washington's 500 most influential people. She's very humble, but and she's the founder and facilitator of the Healthcare Policy Consensus Group and has written in many, many magazines, journals, columns, Wall Street Journal, New York Times. She speaks extensively here and abroad and has had multiple presidential and congressional appointments. So Grace Marie is just a wonderful friend of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance, a consultant for us on policy, and we're just so grateful that you could lead this for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for this wonderful conference, and to Dr. Steve White and the board of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance for all that you have done and are doing to bring a reasonable, human person, dignity-centered perspective to the health reform debate. So I really thank you all for this opportunity to talk about these issues today. And I wanted to give a little bit of balance and perspective about the institute that we are launching today. Dr. White and Lewis Brown did a number of visits on Capitol Hill. I'm sorry, we have two different microphones going here. This is for the live stream, and this we have did a number of visits on Capitol Hill, meeting with legislators who many of whom have sponsored legislation to protect life, to protect conscience, religious liberty, but they often feel isolated in their advocacy work. And so Dr. White and Lewis were talking about the formation of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance as a way of bringing a chorus of voices together that support these same principles, and to talk about not only legislation that's being proposed, but ideas for legislation that could be proposed, and also for kind of an early warning system of things that people see coming along. So they were very warmly received. But then it was clear that the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance, which has many different agendas, really needed to have a policy institute, and thereby the creation of the Institute for Public Policy and Advocacy to create a center for the ideas that really help to promote the values and principles of Catholic healthcare. And you have in your folders a list of the 12 principles that really should guide public policy decisions to be able to keep healthcare on track with the teachings of Christ. And so the dignity of the human person, the right to life, protection of the most vulnerable, religious liberty and freedom of conscience, patient and consumer freedom, and on they go. And I think that these really help to be a template through which we should see health policy. And so often we feel like we're on the defensive, where we have things coming at us, the Ohio, the constitutional amendment, but so many other public policy proposals. How do we decide? Well, these principles really can help policymakers, bishops, religious, everybody that has a Catholic-centered perspective on policy to really decide what should be done. And we have today an absolute A-list of policymakers to really help, and policymakers and policy leaders and thinkers who have spent so many years, collectively maybe a century, in the public policy arena to talk with us about these issues. So I'm going to ask each of them to give us just a brief overview of their work, and then we're going to have a little bit of a conversation and then open it to questions from you all. But I'm going to begin, and I'll introduce you each individually. Dr. Brian Miller, who is a scholar at the American Enterprise Institute and also a full-time physician as a hospitalist at Johns Hopkins University, and recently was named as a member of MedPAC. This is the organization created by Congress to advise Congress on Medicare, to advise them on Medicare policies. And so he is really in the driver's seat of many of the policies about Medicare and how we think of Medicare in a way to give people the rights and the dignity of choices and control over their own health care, but also in a way that preserves and protects the program, which is heading for disaster if we don't do something now. So I'm going to hand the microphone to you. This is for the room, and the audience will hear you online. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you, and thank you for hosting myself and all of my colleagues. So I'm an assistant professor of medicine at Hopkins. I'm a non-resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. I also worked for 4 administrative regulatory agencies that shape, I think it's safe to say, almost every clinical decision that we end up making or everything that we experience as patients. I worked at the CMS Innovation Center, the Federal Trade Commission, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Federal Communications Commission. Now I split my time between clinical practice and running a 20-person health policy research group. We spend a lot of our time thinking about the future of Medicare and how to make the program more efficient and effective. I'm excited to be here today because I think that healthcare policy and clinical practice to some degree has lost a sense of right and wrong, and a sense of how to preserve autonomy and choice and remember the patient. And I think that that is something that we all collectively can bring back.
That's great. Oh, so Lisa, let me introduce you. So Lisa Graybird and I met when I think Ways and Means Committee. So she has she's worked on Capitol Hill in senior positions, writing and helping legislation to get passed, and she's now with Marquette University College of Nursing and has done a huge amount of work. Not only in many aspects of Medicare, but also particularly long-term care. And we actually had some discussions earlier this morning about long-term care and how we can bring a perspective of respect for the dignity of the human person to policymaking around long-term care. So Lisa, welcome, and you're welcome to say a bit more.
Thank you, Grace Marie, and I'm very happy to come into Washington. I used to live here, but I've been in Wisconsin for the last 6 years. And as Grace mentioned, I'm a visiting research professor at Marquette University in our College of Nursing. I teach a health policy class, and I also am a student myself. I'm a PhD student. I'm working on an interdisciplinary PhD in economics, nursing, and political science, which kind of pulls together my background and lots of different positions I've had. When I lived here in Washington, I had the Medicare portfolio on the Ways and Means Committee, so I've done a lot of detailed legislating in the Medicare program. I also worked for the American Hospital Association, so I have good trade association experience, and I kind of know the tactics that trade organizations use when they advocate and lobby on behalf of changes. And I also worked at CMS Medicare in the implementing agency in the executive branch.
Okay, great. And Doug Holtz-Aiken, who we're delighted actually is able to join us. He is fresh off the witness stand before the Senate Finance Committee at a hearing on tax policy, and decided actually to talk with them even though recurring theme was about tax policies. And you really need to talk about Social Security and Medicare because we are heading for a cliff. So really good for you, Doug. Doug and I think we first met and worked together when he was head of the Congressional Budget Office, which, as you all know, is basically the Bible for Congress in whether or not legislation is going to get to the floor and pass, because I know.
And obeyed with comparable infrequency.
Yes. And yes, that's whether or not it's right or not. That's unlike the Bible. And he's now head of a very influential think tank called the American Action Forum, he writes actually a daily missive, which you should not miss. It's called The Daily Dish. And we were talking at lunch. He says basically he gets up and he reads something in the paper that makes him mad, and he writes 300 words. What do you consider your limit? 300 words?
I have no limit.
But it's short. You read it. You just think every day, okay, I'm so much smarter for reading this. So Doug, welcome. And I know you spent a great deal of time. And actually, I should have mentioned earlier, both Doug and Brian have chapters in a book called Medicare Modernization. And it's a peer-reviewed volume published by the Johns Hopkins University Press that is really truly provides the guidebook for modernizing Medicare and bringing the rights of the individual back to the center, and particularly doing a better job of taking care of the vulnerable. Doug?
Well, thank you very much for the chance to be here today. It's an honor. Grace Marie made it sound like I had accomplished something. The truth is, I run an over 21 daycare center, and I do whatever Grace Marie tells me to. So thank you for the chance to be here. Grace Marie asked me to talk a little bit about the future of Medicare, and I want to do two things. One, put on my CBO hat and my experience with the program and be the voice of doom, and then switch over and talk about the route forward that is hopeful. The reality is that in addition to delivering subpar medicine, and Brian and Lisa are way better at going through that than I am, it is a great disservice to its beneficiaries and to the American taxpayer, because Medicare cannot survive in its current form. It was never designed to be financially sustainable, and it is not. It requires enormous amounts of transfers from general revenue to keep the program running, and Medicare is right now by itself responsible for 1/3 of the federal debt outstanding. It is bleeding red ink, and it is not fair to put seniors in a position to rely on a program that is not going to be sustainable. And so it bothers me every day when we don't fix it. So that's the problem, in addition to the care. The future is to transition towards something called premium support. And premium support is a very simple system. It consists of giving seniors basically a subsidy, an amount of money that would be dictated by their physical condition, so it's risk adjusted to make sure that those who have greater needs have the money to buy those services. It's income adjusted so that those with the greatest need get more support. And you can adjust it for family size to make sure that you are being fair across families, so they get the support. Then there's a set of approved offerers of health insurance plans for seniors, and those approved offerers are going to compete to try to get those seniors' dollars. And there's some rules for that competition. So it's basically setting up a market for seniors' health insurance and health services provision. It offers an enormous amount of promise in a number of ways. First of all, individuals control the money, individuals make their choices, individuals can decide what they think is an appropriate pattern of care, what they think their needs are. Their choices are respected and drive the system. It's completely different than what we have right now. Number two, we have competition. If you don't like a product, you don't buy it. Products that don't appeal to people go out of business. Products that do appeal to people survive. Those that are delivered with the least cost and the highest quality are most attractive and will survive in this system. We don't preserve things that are not meeting the desires of the seniors in the program. And that's an important difference from where we are right now. And it also protects the taxpayers. We know how many seniors are. We know what the risk-adjusted premium support will be. And we know what the budget for Medicare is as a result. You can actually do what the federal government is supposed to do and budget for the needs of program participants. And so that's a world away from where we are right now, and something that I just hope we can make rapid progress toward, because the seniors deserve a better program. the care can only be improved, and the taxpayers deserve a better deal.
Talk a little bit about your modeling, about how much could be saved if we were to move to this program.
So I wrote a chapter in the book that Grace Marie mentioned on the potential for taxpayer savings and individual savings, so less out-of-pocket expense for seniors from moving to a premium support system. And this is trillions of dollars in savings. You can actually always save a lot of money for taxpayers in a federal program because you can just not provide decent care. It's cheap, but that's not the goal. The goal is to deliver very high value care and still save the money. And that's the promise for premium support. This is an enormous advantage over what we have right now.
So the reason I think so many of us are supportive of this idea of devolving power to the individual through premium support is because the market then begins to respond to the individual, not to Washington, all the rules and regulation and all of the ways that it can completely go off track. But I want to ask, and Brian, maybe you could address this, is how might such a system do a better job of caring for the vulnerable?
Thank you, and I should note that my views are my own and don't represent those of any of my affiliations, including MedPAC.
Yeah.
When you're a beneficiary and you're sick, and imagine you have heart failure and you have COPD and maybe you have diabetes and you take 12 medications and maybe you've had some of your toes amputated and you might use a cane to get around on a good day. If you're in the fee-for-service system, the current traditional Medicare, which is a program that's designed for payment, there's no coordination, there's no integration. You can see any doctor. There's no real good system for determining who is the right physician for you to see. And it ends up being, of course, very expensive and uncoordinated, and bad things happen. In an integrated model with integrated financing, on the path to what Doug talked about, with risk-adjusted capitation, where a health plan is paid a per member per month amount to care for a population over a year, that health plan then has a budget given to it by the government where it's graded on outcomes, meaning if the beneficiary gets hospitalized 5 times for heart failure, the plan pays for it. If the beneficiary falls at home because their home hasn't been adapted and then they fracture their hip and end up in the hospital, the plan is responsible for it. So when we transfer that risk from the taxpayer in any physician, any service provided type system, if you are sick, that is literally the worst possible care model for you. When you have population-based payment, as we do in Medicare Advantage, well, it definitely needs improvement. It offers that potential framework for that beneficiary to have home modifications. Maybe they get a continuous glucose monitor and a remote nurse practitioner to help them manage their heart failure. They have a wireless scale that automatically then ports information to the cardiologist to tell them that that patient has gained weight and their meds need to be adjusted so they can avoid going to the hospital. So when you integrate financing and you integrate care delivery, that beneficiary who becomes the victim of the health system then is able to go out and enjoy their life and live as a product of the health system.
So it just changes the whole incentive structure to be able to have the incentives are to care for the individual rather than to comply with Washington government regulations and hundreds of thousands of pages of rules and regulations. So it's a very different system. And we see through Medicare Advantage that now I believe a majority, or close to a majority of seniors have voluntarily selected health plans that are private health plans providing health coverage through Medicare because they believe they get more comprehensive coverage. There are a lot of people in the medical profession that that don't like Medicare Advantage and that really feel that they don't pay enough or they you know, they have too many rules and regulations. So I think we need to address that. Is some of the concerns about Medicare Advantage now, and what reforms might be offered that would allow them to be even more patient-centered, and also make sure that those providing the care are fairly compensated. So Doug, I don't know if you, Lisa, you want to talk about that?
Sure, and I think just to kind of help you guys look at the principles and to draw that in to what all the panelists,
that they're having trouble here, so I'll hold that up too.
that all the panelists that Doug kind of touched on, principle number 12, which is premium support. Brian touched a little bit on the poor and vulnerability, which I think is the first one. Maybe I'll touch a little bit on transparency as well, because it's really important to the issue of Medicare Advantage in the program. When beneficiaries select what kind of coverage they want in the Medicare program once they become eligible, it's a really important decision for them. As Grace just mentioned, we have just hit the first time in the program where the majority is now choosing Medicare Advantage, which is to have a private plan manage their benefits, versus traditional or fee-for-service Medicare, where they don't have a bunch of other services that they can get. So it's a big milestone for the Medicare program. It's something that we should celebrate, because it is a different type of way to manage and look at the system. But I think there are a few things that we could do and make changes towards making that decision easier for the 10,000 baby boomers a day who are maturing into the Medicare program, who have to make that decision for the first time. And to use economic terms, there is an asymmetry of information. Beneficiaries don't have all the pieces that they need to make that right decision when they're first coming into the program. They don't fully understand what the trade-offs are between choosing Medicare Advantage and fee-for-service. They sometimes maybe make that decision because Medicare has a calculator. You can go online, figure out how much you're going to pay out of pocket on an annual basis, and sometimes that drives their decision. But there's other components that they really need to think through that really will make healthcare more individualized and work for them personally. Some of the things they need to look at is who's going to be available in the network of care for the Medicare Advantage plan that they choose. That's information that we can give to consumers and make things more transparent. In fee-for-service, you're not really offered a dental, vision, or hearing benefit, but on the Medicare Advantage side, you have all of those services if you elect that benefit. That's not always clear to beneficiaries when they're making the decision between one option or another. So in order to make the program more transparent and more user-friendly, there is more information that the government can be giving to patients to empower them, to help them make better decisions for the program.
Go ahead, yes.
Yeah, so my in-laws a year or two ago enrolled in Medicare, and they got the Medicare U handbook, and they turned to me and asked my advice. And I can tell you that they literally ignored every single recommendation I made. But part of what would have made that process easier of ignoring Brian's recommendations is if we implemented Lisa's recommendations, if we improve the Medicare Plan Finder and make it so that when people select their benefits, and Lisa has written about this, and I would say is probably the national expert in consumer transparency in the Medicare program, give them an information about what their monthly premium is. Let them know what their expected out-of-pocket costs are. Let them put their doctors in the Plan Finder and see if it's part of the network. Let them mix and match their benefits, right? If you're getting traditional Medicare and you're signing up for A plus B benefits, well, you got to buy a prescription drug plan. You also probably need Medicare supplemental coverage because the Medicare program has, under traditional Medicare, no out-of-pocket maximum, which is insane to think about it, you know, being 65 plus or disabled or end-stage renal disease. And if we made it so beneficiaries could see that information in one place when they sign up, and then also look at the Medicare Advantage comparisons and decide what works for them in terms of benefits and costs and trade-off, we'd be in a much better place. And then my in-laws probably wouldn't even ask my advice.
And Medicare only works for people who do select fee-for-service if they have a supplementary plan. Doug, I don't know if it was you, but somebody early in the Medicare Modernization Act debate in the early 2000s said that if people saw Medicare just without the name on it, next to private health insurance plans, nobody would ever pick it because it's really a terrible program. So I think that part of the modernization effort is thinking, how can we not only improve the options that might be available to people today, but really have them be even more patient-centered for tomorrow with plans, for example, that might cater to the diabetics that Brian was talking about, to really help focus care on them, or people with heart disease. And right now, they have so many general requirements that they have to meet that it's very difficult to focus. There's some special needs plans, but that's for other populations. So Doug, I wonder if you could talk about sort of looking into a crystal ball of what recommendations you might have to make the current premium support plan in Medicare Advantage, better for the future.
So let me say a couple things. First of all, my views on a lot of this are heavily influenced by my experience with the Part D program.
Medicare.
I worked at the White House 2001, 2002, and was there when we first started to think about designing the Medicare Modernization Act and the Part D prescription drug program in particular. I was the CBO director from 2003 to 2005 when it passed Congress, and we did all of the analysis of it. And we did analysis of things that turned out to just not matter at all. There was this deep belief there was no way the private sector could possibly deliver that benefit to America's seniors. And so there's a whole section of that law which is about fallback plans, which would be the public option in the current parlance, where the government would have to step in and save these seniors because the private sector had left them high and dry and they didn't have anything to get their drugs. We've never had a fallback plan in the United States. The private sector has delivered extremely well. The costs came in 25% below the CBO's estimate. I mean, you know, the director wasn't very good then, but these things happen. The power of competition drove the cost down dramatically. The level of satisfaction among seniors remains above 90%. It's either satisfied or very satisfied. The average senior has 26 choices of plans. There's a lot of choice, a lot of competition, and it has performed better than any other entitlement program that we have. I mean, I have said on national TV, which was probably a mistake, that I love the Part D program a little more than my children because I was there at the birth of both, and Part D's perform better on average. I mean, it's just, it's a reality. So that was a real lesson to me in actual watching the program roll out and watching it evolve, not always for the better. They're trying to actually ruin the Part D program even as we speak. I would like to get ahead of that with Medicare Advantage, take the pieces that are good about it and build on them, improve the pieces like the consumer transparency where we can do better. Currently, Medicare Advantage exists in different forms all around the country because people's needs are different all around the country. That's how it should be. We don't need one size fits all coming out of Washington. We need something that flexibly responds to the needs of the population. The plans compete, but they don't always compete on price. They sometimes compete just on benefits. You should tell them how to compete. I want more benefits, or I'd like a lower premium. The consumer should drive that choice. If we decouple Medicare Advantage from the fee-for-service system and let it stand alone, that's step number one. That'd be great. Then the second thing I would really like to see Medicare Advantage do better is measure the quality of outcomes. There's a nod toward a Medicare Advantage STARS program, which says this is a good plan. But we really, I think, can do a better job of simplifying down to the things people care about, like was I hospitalized or not, and putting the plan's feet to the fire and making them pay costs when they don't hit quality standards. And that to me, would drive us a long way toward getting the system we need for the future.
So I think we're having a little trouble with the microphone, is that?
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
You guys can keep going. Or we could just bellow. I mean.
Yeah, this is just for the room, so maybe we just talk a little louder when we're having our conversation here. So Brian, along the lines of some of these ideas, and Lisa, I want to talk with you next about long-term care, but Brian, first, what is the appetite in Congress to do any of this, and what needs to happen to begin to? Is this better?
Oh my!
You couldn't hear us this whole time. Could you hear? Oh, I'm so sorry. You can't always tell from up here. But to talk about the receptivity in Congress, they seem to not care this is going to be somebody else's problem when this program heads for the cliff that it is headed for. What are some of the ideas that might be smaller steps or big steps, if there's a receptivity, to really getting Medicare on the right track for the 21st century?
Thank you. I would say actually there are some members who are very interested, which makes me more hopeful. There are, of course, members who are focused on other issues. I'd say a handful of things. The first is Doug referenced the star rating system, which is important. It's definitely in need of improvement. You know, Medicare Advantage plans, 5-star, different from 4-star. Well, we need to make that more meaningful for beneficiaries. We also need to apply that star ratings program or some new formulation of it to the fee-for-service plan. So not just grade doctors, hospitals, nursing homes, but also how is the fee-for-service plan performing for beneficiaries? Some of those questions that are raised from that might make us a little uncomfortable, but we still need to do it. Risk adjustment. If we're going to have a premium support system, risk adjustment needs to be applied to all of the plans, not just the MA plans, but also the fee-for-service plan. And then I would also say more customization. So we have special needs plans for beneficiaries who live in long-term care facilities, dual eligibles who are on Medicare and Medicaid, beneficiaries who have chronic conditions. We could do a lot to improve that. What does that mean? Well, with chronic conditions, if you have heart failure and you need to see a cardiologist, one, not all cardiologists are created equal. Sorry. And they are not all equal in terms of their performance and management of specific cardiac conditions. So we need to allow for appropriate network customization so that beneficiary has an equal right to get to the best cardiologist for their specific condition. Part of that is through improving health plan design, which is allowing these more customized plans.
So as you see, I think the idea of premium support, and we hate these wonky terms, but if somebody can come up with a better way to say it, we would. But it's basically saying that the money should follow the individual. We're calling it like school choice for healthcare, right? That if you're eligible for a subsidy, that subsidy is guaranteed. Nobody's taking your Medicare away from you. But why should you not be able to decide how you want that money spent? And the choices would really expand if those plans were catering to the individual rather than to Washington's rules and regulations. And so I think Medicare Advantage plans are doing the best they can under the current regime, but much more could be done. There's just an explosion of opportunities in the health sector waiting to be able to provide better care more efficiently to those who need it, and particularly do a better job of taking care of the vulnerable. So Lisa, you have done a huge amount of work also in the long-term care space, and there was a lot of discussion this morning about long-term care and the challenges that we face in this country with people basically relying on Medicaid and people impoverishing themselves so that they can apply for Medicaid, and that's putting strains and stresses on a program not designed for that. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about some policy ideas and recommendations to a better, more humane job respecting the human dignity of every person, and to include clearly into the end of life, to have public policy support that better than it does today.
Sure, thanks for the question. And before I touch on long-term care, there's something that Doug said that I really wanted to highlight. So Doug mentioned that it's really important for policymakers to decouple Medicare Advantage from fee-for-service. That's a really important concept. It's something that I understood the value of more as I've been a PhD student, because I'm doing a dissertation on Medicare, looking at reimbursement issues, and I'm focused on telehealth and telehealth changes associated with the pandemic. So the Medicare program really didn't reimburse telehealth robustly before the pandemic. There was a waiver of the rules. We instituted it once the public health emergency went into place. Cost the fee-for-service program about $5 billion a year to do those telehealth services and fee-for-service Medicare. It's been extended a couple times in Congress, and it's active policy right now that people are contemplating if they want to continue or not. And I wanted to look at the economic change around the policy and what the outcome was. It was a policy that affected fee-for-service but did not affect Medicare Advantage, so I had a really good control population to look at. And as I started digging into the issue a bit more, I found that the fee-for-service rate of telehealth increased, and it was actually faster for Medicare Advantage. So that was surprising to me as a control population. I didn't expect that outcome. So I went back and I did a little bit more policy research, and in 2018, Congress passed a law that actually decoupled Medicare Advantage from fee-for-service. That law didn't go into effect until January 1st of 2020, which was the same time as the fee-for-service policy change. But I fundamentally believe, and am working on the evidence to support that now, that if it weren't for changes that Congress made in the Medicare Advantage program in 2018, we may not have seen the entire field get ready, embrace telehealth, and be ready for it during the pandemic when it hit in 2020. So I think it's a really important example to talk about how effective flexibility in Medicare Advantage is for driving innovation in the Medicare program. Now transitioning to post-acute care and long-term care. There's a lot of difference in the Medicare program between what you would get as a fee-for-service beneficiary versus a Medicare Advantage beneficiary. Post-acute care in the Medicare program is meant to be a very short-term benefit. Since 1965, that was the intent of the program. It was meant to give really no more than about 30 days post-discharge care for people. So there really isn't a long-term care benefit in Medicare. We have a fairly ineffective long-term care benefit in Medicaid, and that is a very difficult policy area across two different entitlement programs for legislators to think about, make changes in, and I think that's why we don't provide better care from a long-term care perspective for beneficiaries. There's lots of good thought that's needed in that space, and there's lots of new policy making that needs to be made. As far as what the Medicare program, Medicare actually pays about $60 billion a year for those short-term post-acute benefits, which is a lot of money. And that's just on the fee-for-service side. There's a lot of changes that need to be done in the 4 settings that make up post-acute care. That's nursing home care, home health, comprehensive rehab hospitals, and long-term care hospitals. A lot of the different providers within those on the fee-for-service basis make a margin off of the Medicare reimbursement that are in the double digits. So it's an area that's really ripe for reform and needs to be looked at for efficiencies.
Can I steal that?
Sure, that's fine.
So, just a couple on the telehealth. I've always thought this was extremely ironic, maybe humorous, I don't know, tragic. Before the pandemic, if you wanted to have a telehealth service, it had to be over a secure streaming device, and those were in approved locations. So you had to be too sick to go to the doctor's office, but healthy enough to go to the telehealth office. It made no sense whatsoever. And probably the key to making it more successful was to just lower the standards for those secure services, let people use the things that were on their phone. So it tells you a lot about the inflexibility in the programs. A lot of the fee-for-service program, all of the fee-for-service program is payment silos. Money gets poured down a particular silo, and it goes into Part A, Part B, Part C, Part D. It goes into a post-acute benefit that has a label, comes out of the silo, and that's all it does, and you can't flexibly use it. The beauty of Medicare Advantage and the premium support vision is there's only one silo. It comes down, and then you use it in the most effective way to get the outcome for the patient. And breaking those payment silos in traditional Medicare is hopeless. The legion of lobbyists who will stop you is enormous, and it's the only solution is to bypass it and get a system that responds flexibly to the needs of the customers. And that's what we're trying to get done.
If I may. So to build off that, and also on long-term care, we talked about customization. So I did my medicine residency at Georgetown. I'd say the most pivotal person, second most pivotal person, the first most pivotal person, of course, is my wife. The second most pivotal person was one of my colleagues who was also a medicine resident with me, Sister Grace. And Sister Grace always reminded us that there's dignity and autonomy in places where we don't think that there is. You know, when you start service, you get your list of patients. Sometimes you see a patient who's been there for 90 or 100 days. They can't get a place in a nursing home. The hospital has become their long-term care facility. You don't think there's going to be an improvement in functional status, and they're functionally living in the hospital. We had patients who lived there for hundreds of days, sometimes a year or so. Sister Grace would come on service, find out what that patient wanted, find out what their preferences were, and find a way to make them feel like they were cared for, that someone loved them and believed in them, and help them find their path. The great thing about Medicare Advantage destroying all those silos and having options for customization, there's a specific category called special needs plans with institutionalized special needs plans, or ISNPs. It's for those patients. The health policy community doesn't really have great ideas about what to do, to be completely honest, for that population. It's at a loss. Medicare Advantage can help answer that. And actually, I think the 12 principles that Grace Marie Turner mentioned can help guide us towards a care model for that population. And so there are many areas of what I would call routine healthcare policy, or what one of my friends calls retail healthcare policy. It's a little sad that I do that. I think that Catholic health teachings can have an enormous influence in shaping places where we are otherwise struggling.
Thank you very much. And when you think about it, this really is subsidiarity. It's returning power to the patient and to the family. It's talking about the centrality of the doctor-patient relationship, not government rules and regulation. It's about making sure the patient's interests is central in healthcare decisions at all levels, transparency and trust, and then also protecting future generations. We have to look at the burden that we're putting on future generations if we don't take action now. So I want to go to your questions, and I think Josh, you'll have the microphone for questions. Dr. White, we give you the first question.
Thank you all.
You don't have a microphone. You're just, that's for online.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is cause for great hope for the future. But I am concerned, having been in medicine for just over 40 years now and seeing the trajectory and seeing the politicization of my profession. How optimistic are you folks who spend a lot of your time on the Hill dealing with the politics of this, that we can get this across the finish line? And what kind of time frame would you see for just restoring or renewing Medicare along the lines that you're talking about?
Who wants to take that?
Okay. The hot potato made us in me.
No pressure.
You're the end of the line, Doug.
Like a duck.
You can heal the American populace. I'll heal the politics. There are good reasons to be concerned. There's no doubt about that. But let me give you a couple of observations born of my years of doing this. Number one, important things take leadership. And this will take White House leadership. Everyone is very pessimistic about the possibility of bipartisan legislation in the United States, but I don't think that's warranted. Very quietly, without anyone noticing it, President Biden did exactly what White Houses are supposed to do and have done many times in the past when he passed the infrastructure bill. Twice it failed in the Senate, twice he called them over to the White House and said, look, we need to get this done. What do you Republicans need to participate? And they said, you can't touch the 2017 Tax Act. Fine, we're not touching it. You Democrats have to take a vote you might not like. What do you need from me to get it done? White Houses are uniquely positioned to make bipartisan things happen. And when they got it done in the Senate, he told the House Democrats, you need to support this, and he signed it into law. There are people who were great at that. Reagan was great at that. Bill Clinton was great at that. My old boss, George W. Bush, was not great at that. It was a majority of the majority. It wasn't good at brokering those deals. There have been other presidents since who didn't have that knack. But in this environment, he got that done. It's just a matter of exercising these old muscles and getting things over the finish line. Second thing is circumstances matter. And certainly, if you want bipartisanship, the CARES Act in March of 2020, 96-0 in the Senate, maybe it's proof we're really in a crisis. It's 96-0 in the Senate, we have a problem. But in circumstances, people are willing to do things. Medicare is in dire circumstances. It's not going to be, it not might be, it is. And so an acknowledgement of that, some education to the American public that we make these changes not because we're partisan warriors, but because we are worried about the future of our seniors and the younger generations that will pay for them. Let's get this done. So we're going to need some leadership. It'll work if it's present, and we have the circumstances we need to argue for making some changes.
I would also add, I think everyone's unhappy with their healthcare experience right now. I've never had a patient who said, "Thank you for hospitalizing me." That sentence hasn't happened. No one thinks that their healthcare is cheaper and cost-effective. So if we're a pragmatist about it, and we have leadership that can cross party lines and knock heads together and make deals, we actually can get stuff done.
Can, and actually I would tell members of Congress that you already, to talk about a controlled trial experiment, we have the evidence this works in Part D, which does not have a fee-for-service backup or competition. You have a plan that has to compete, has to provide a range of services that are transparent to individual customers who then get to pick, and the subsidy follows them. So we know this can work. And by the way, we can prove Doug wrong in his estimates about the cost. And we are actually happy to have your wrong cost estimates because it's shown how much more money it can save when you actually put consumers in charge. We'll get to you next, and Sister, go ahead.
Okay, just to be clear, this is not my question. This came from our CFO at home, Frank McHugh. He states, "You are doing a great job of explaining Medicare Advantage. The problem is, given the large number of plans, it is difficult to select a plan, and when they may have limited selection of post-acute services." Any comments on that?
Question. Who wants to address
Go, Lisa.
that? Lisa, I think here. Thank you. That's a great question.
Yes, so the question really asks about Medicare Advantage, what they offer, and sometimes that can be a challenge for not only providers, which is I'm thinking where your CFO's question may come from, because they have to negotiate with Medicare Advantage plans and what actually gets included in the network, but it's also challenging sometimes for patients who may face specific challenges around post-acute care issues with Medicare Advantage around a control that's used called prior authorization. So sometimes physicians will have to call the Medicare Advantage plan, they'll have to get prior approval before something is ordered, and it can actually create a lot of access issues for patients. This is an issue that I testified on before U.S. Senate committee a few months ago, so I'm fairly well steeped in this particular question. And I think it's important to highlight Medicare Advantage is making decisions, especially around post-acute care and utilization, that I think sometimes policymakers have been reticent to make on the fee-for-service side that they probably should be making. So Medicare Advantage is functioning as an entity that is managing and helping to make sure that the services that are coming are things that are needed for patients. Sometimes physicians get upset when I talk about this because they feel like their medical judgment is being questioned. But this is something that we have actually asked the Medicare Advantage program to do on behalf of the Medicare program to actually manage our scarce resources. So Medicare Advantage plans are making decisions, and sometimes it feels like on the fee-for-service side, there are not as many access issues because that prior authorization doesn't exist on the fee-for-service side. And the problem that's associated with that is the financial price that we're paying for it. So a lot of that is driven by the extra double-digit margins on the post-acute care side that we see for fee-for-service. So it's not sustainable. And all of those things hit the Medicare Part A trust fund, which from a financing perspective is a real problem. By 2031, we will not have enough money in that trust fund to actually pay out the benefits we've promised to beneficiaries. So I would argue that the Medicare Advantage plans are actively monitoring this. They're going after that financial aspect and managing it. They may have gone too far in some situations, which is why you see large insurers who have recently announced that they're going to dial back some of their prior authorization because public opinion is forcing the market to change, which is exactly what we want to see. On the fee-for-service side, we don't have any of those mechanisms actually controlling and looking at the financing, which is creating a lot of problems for future generations. So when I hear that question, that's sort of the balance that I see in my mind, especially around post-acute care services, because they're really more questionable, I think, in the Medicare program than some of the other types of services.
One additional thought on prior authorization. A lot of physicians don't like it. I am a physician. I'm subject to prior authorization as a patient and as a physician. It's annoying, but it's there for a reason, to make sure that money is well spent. And sometimes prior authorization, as Lisa mentioned, is not done appropriately, but there are policy solutions to that. The idea is floating around is a gold card that you can apply to physicians or for order specific types of services, where if they meet a certain barrier of services that are approved, then they no longer have to undergo prior authorization for that service for a defined period of time. So there are painful interventions from managed care, but there are reasons behind those interventions, and there are ways to make them better.
Can I add 2 footnotes?
Yes, yes.
So, just 2 footnotes to this. We did have this experiment in the Affordable Care Act on having a medical home and coordinating care and integrating everything. It was called accountable care organizations. And it's been a complete failure. And the biggest reason why, in my view, is when you join a Medicare Advantage plan or a premium support plan of your choice in the future, you agree to be managed, including prior auths and things like that. And you've made a choice and you've bought into that vision of your care. We assigned seniors to accountable care organizations and they were all like, what did you just do to me? Forget it. So I think there's a very different construct when the individual is driving the decision on who they're working with. And going forward, more and more people are signing up for Medicare Advantage. That's going to be a much richer market. There will be more finely tailored plans to meet different desires in the senior population. And I think that's going to change the dynamic a lot because you can sort of cater to different segments of the market better if you got a richer market out there. And that's the future.
Yes, and talk about a lack of agency. People would be, as you say, they were assigned to accountable care organizations, often didn't even know it, and therefore, and actually got, not only didn't feel they were getting any benefit from it, but were actually being punished. It was a very bad policy. Yes, please go ahead.
And thank you all for your very good work. I feel strongly that Catholic health care really can't continue in the United States unless 2 things happen. One is that Catholic clinicians are permitted to practice independently and with the full voice of our faith. And number 2, that Catholic healthcare dollars go to Catholic healthcare. And so my question for all of you incredible experts on Medicare and this new premium support plan is how will premium support help meet those 2 goals, allowing Catholic clinicians to practice with the full voice of their faith, and number 2, that Catholic healthcare dollars go to Catholic healthcare.
Lisa, you want to start that? Then others, like you should speak on it.
So, under a premium support model, as I envision, there's lots of different problems in the existing program we could fix because we're building a different program for the future. So today, especially to your question on Catholic dollars going to Catholic institutions, I think we have a system in Medicare that has been designed over decades, sometimes for pure political purposes, to buy votes to pass large legislative packages, where we've had to basically what I call gerrymander the Social Security Act and the statutes in order to put money in certain places for political reasons. So under the current system, we certainly don't have anything that sustains Catholic dollars going to Catholic institutions. But if we are able to redesign some of the mistakes we've made in the past for pure political reasons and not policy reasons, and actually take a look at things like charity care, which is in one of the principles to look at, and making sure that we're actually putting the dollars where the care is needed versus where someone wanted the money to go for a political decision several decades ago, the premium support system would allow us to rebuild, reimagine, and move those dollars to places where we think they're most needed.
I mean, I think, from my perspective, the first is the easiest, right? You envision plans entering and competing, and that includes the physicians and who participates in that plan and their pattern of care. And you could probably get a pretty good customer base by saying, we have Catholic doctors practicing in a way that's consistent with their faith. A lot of people would like that, to sign up. That problem, I think, gets solved by the market. We just have to make sure that the premium support dollars are available to everyone who is hitting the standards of outcomes. That's all that matters. That's the key. In the federal budget, keeping one kind of dollar from touching another kind of dollar is virtually impossible. So the second one I think is really hard. I understand, but at least the premium support component you can segregate because the individuals will control it.
You could imagine building off of that. There could be an Ascension Medicare Advantage plan. Build a network of Ascension providers. You say, is this possible? Is he insane? Coffee day? The answer is no. We actually have a secular version of that, right? Like we have Kaiser.
Yeah.
You see, getting Kaiser Health Plan, you get Kaiser hospitals, you get Kaiser doctors. So that is possible. I'd say it's possible today, probably harder, but possible. More possible in a premium support or competitive bidding model. I think another thing that is important here is thinking about who owns the delivery system. This is a comment that gets me now agreement from across the political spectrum, from very conservative members all the way to some very progressive members, which surprises us. Physician ownership. If we let physicians, and we have a whole series of laws that prevent physicians from owning and operating businesses and billing Medicare, if we let physician ownership as an option, Catholic physicians could organize, own and operate their own integrated delivery system as an option for patients. And that's not very easy to do right now, but that is something that could happen. When I go talk with my more progressive colleagues, they say, oh, you mean an employee stock ownership program? And I'm like, yes. And they say, excellent. And then when I go talk to the AMA, they say physician ownership. And I say, yes. And then I go talk to the nurses, and they mean, you mean nursing ownership. And I say, clinician ownership, doctors and nurses. And so a lot of these policy ideas are actually not partisan and can actually make this world more possible and give people more choice in care and how they want to receive it.
Excellent way to end this. Do we have one more? We have one more question. Yes, Josh.
Sure.
Oh,
that was
yes.
Yeah, that was a great answer, and just fascinating to think about the power of that and real subsidiarity where people can choose. But what about what do you have to say about Medicare, the Medicare program, and concerns that folks have about bioethical decisions at the end of life? We have Joe Meany here, head of the president of National Catholic Bioethics Center. But decisions that Medicare and the program and how it's structured might influence at end of life, particularly in those post-acute care situations. Do you see any challenges there? And if so, what would you see for mechanisms for solving them?
Lisa, once again.
That's a tough question. I haven't really personally observed a lot of those issues around Medicare post-acute issues. But I don't know if this directly answers your question, but the way that I sort of was lobbied on this when I was a Hill staffer, we were pretty careful in our definition of not putting hospice into the post-acute care benefit in terms of the Medicare Advantage program. So where I do see it coming up possibly as an issue is within the hospice benefit. And also don't know if this really answers your question, but one of the things I think is important to think about and sort of looking at across our theme and what we talked about today, hospice is not something that's offered as a benefit within Medicare Advantage. If you are a Medicare Advantage beneficiary outside of a special experimental program that they have going on right now, you actually have to disenroll from Medicare Advantage and enroll as a fee-for-service beneficiary to elect hospice as a benefit, which is, it's the only benefit in the Medicare program that's like that. So I think that that really creates lots of problems and issues for Medicare beneficiaries. So from an access standpoint, when you look at the hospice benefit and the totality of the issue, one of the things we really need to think about is making sure that it's an option for all beneficiaries that allows them to keep the health care that they want and they've chosen, and not forces them to make a weird coverage decision like they currently have to in the Medicare program.
To say, building off of that, I think that's where you can and should have an important voice. I mentioned retail healthcare policy. The Medicare Payment Advisory Commission, or MedPAC, had a discussion of hospice payment the other week at our meeting. Send in comments, ask to meet with the staff, read about the benefit design, form a working group and come forward with policies, because a lot of these, frankly, a lot of these problems are very hard, just to be completely honest, and there isn't one right answer. And so this is a place where you can shape that conversation in a positive and constructive way and answer a question that, frankly, the policy community doesn't have a good answer for.
Just in thinking about this, I've thought about this over a long number of years, and it's quite clear that the American public understands that the only place where those decisions can be made in an ethically sound way is with the family and their providers. And no other entity will be accepted in making those decisions. So we have to build a system where they're at the center of it. It's the system we've been talking about. And the part that frustrates me about the policymakers is they underestimate the American public on a regular basis. My mother, who is 92 now and in perfect health, has been planning to die for 20 years. She's thought it all through. Not in some sort of macabre fashion, but as a practical matter, what kind of care will I want? Where will I want it? She wants it in her home, and we've talked about it. And people will, at a time when they're perfectly capable of making these decisions, make some forward-looking decisions about who they're going to entrust their care to. And in this system, they can make sure that it happens that way. The people in Washington don't have to be smart enough to figure it out because they can't. No one's positioned to do it. One group is, it's the family. And so we just have to trust them to do it.
So you can see how so many of these conversations, those of us who deal with each other most of the time in a secular world, really devolve down to the principles of solidarity and subsidiarity and the compassion for the most vulnerable and the right to life and the right for doctors and patients to make decisions about healthcare. That really is a guiding principle, I think, for most of our policy initiatives. The thing that is needed, and that's why this institute is so important, is to have the chorus of voices supporting these policies and really understanding their value in being able to achieve many of the principles, as the title of this conference says, healthcare policy through the lens of Catholic teaching. So thank you all very much for joining us. I think we have a few minutes for a break. Yes, Josh? And we'll come back.
We will come back at 2:50 Eastern Time for the final panel. All right.
Oh,
emceeing at Heritage. And I was expecting like to be able to go up to a podium and speak. So I had this whole speech and everything, and it's like, nope, we were sitting in chairs and.
I know, that's like the new thing. Like even the Q&A, like all Q&A style is kind of new, and it's a little awkward, but
It makes it more interesting, I think, for the audience.
yeah, and people don't have to be, and people can answer questions, not answer questions, add comments where they want to add a comment. Sometimes it seems like it keeps the flow going a little bit better. Well, we're really thankful that you could step in on this front. And I also do plan to stress, in particular when I ask questions on you, that it's not just about Medicaid. I'll probably one of the questions I did want to tee up is like, post-Ohio, now what? What's the feeling? What's the future look like? Is that an okay question?
Yeah.
Tough one.
I'll work on the answer.
Okay, yeah. Or just, what folks what's the reaction? What does this mean for the future?
I was just at lunch with, and Bridget Wagner was there.
Oh, good.
And we're all, and Steve Moore as well, who does.
Contemplating
we're all kind
this.
of talking about this.
Okay, if everybody can take their seats, we're going to get rolling. Okay, we're back. We're back live. Rui, we're on. All right. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our final panel of the day, Protecting Medicaid and Care for the Most Vulnerable. The moderator is Nina Schaefer. Nina is the Director of the Center for Health and Welfare Policy at the Heritage Foundation, where she previously served as a Senior Research Fellow and is a nationally recognized expert in healthcare policy. She's served as a senior counselor to HHS as the coordinator, where she coordinated the agency's opioid response. She has done research on reforming state children's health insurance programs. And before coming to Heritage, she served for nearly a decade on Capitol Hill as a legislative director. So Nina has been a great friend to the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance and is a part of our policy team coordinating with the Institute. So we're just thankful to have you here.
Thanks so much for having me. As I said yesterday at the launch of the Institute, it really is an honor to be around such people who are committed to developing public policies through the lens of the Catholic faith. And that's really encouraging, especially these days. I said I left the meeting yesterday with a smile on my face. And after the experience of Tuesday night, it was nice to be able to walk out with a smile on my face. So thank you for having me and including me in this. Medicaid is an issue that's really dear to my heart. It's actually what I started working on in healthcare policy, and I've kind of kept it as my on my arm across a variety of jobs I've had, and it's something I'm very interested in. I started working on the issue, as was mentioned, through the Children's Health Insurance Program. At the time of the process, I was 8 months pregnant and thought, if I could do if other people could have the benefits that I have as a pregnant woman, that's what I want to make sure our healthcare system has for others. And so that really inspired me, and that's why I've continued to work in this space. As was described, today we're going to talk about the Medicaid program itself and also just talk about how's the best way to care for those most vulnerable in our society. We actually have a great panel here, a really interesting, maybe a little bit different from the previous panel of policy experts. I think we've got a great mix here on our panel. We have Steve White, Dr. Steve White, which you all know, president of the CHCLA. We have Dr. Brian Blaze, PhD doctor, not the MD kind. He's the president of the Paragon Health Institute, and Tom Mikulski, who is the director of government affairs at Catholic Vote. Before we kind of kick off, I'm going to actually have both Brian and Tom introduce themselves a little bit more specifically. Tell us a little bit about what your background and your interest in this space.
Okay, if you'll notice from the name tags, I'm the only one without alphabets behind his name. I had to look up before this meeting even how to spell PhD. So I work more in the public policy, more in the lobbying side of things. With healthcare, I think I really cut my teeth first time 2010 with the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. I was working at a place called Family Research Council, running their government affairs department and their lobby shop there. After 11 years there, I left to go work for a small organization, don't know if you ever heard of it, the March for Life, and helped establish a government affairs department for them. They hadn't had one before. And for the last 2 years now, I've been very blessed. Went out on my own, and I work for two clients. One is the Alliance for Healthcare Sharing Ministries, and another is Catholic Vote, which allows me to keep on doing what I was doing in my previous jobs, except also brings me a lot closer to my faith. And my wife works at the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, and now we both kind of answer to that higher power in different ways.
Great. Brian Blaze. Nina was actually my first boss in health policy. Back in 2010, I got a position at the Heritage Foundation, and at the time, Heritage had applicants write an essay on the one thing in health policy that they could change if they could, and I wrote about the need for Medicaid financing reform. So I was working on my dissertation on that subject. I've continued to spend lots of time on Medicaid financing issues, and unfortunately the problem has gotten far worse than when I started working on it. So I don't know if that's a measure of my effectiveness as a policy expert or not. Hopefully it's not. I am now, like Nina mentioned, the head of Paragon Health Institute. We are we've been around for about 2 years. We are a think tank that focuses on evaluating how government healthcare programs are working and developing solutions that empower patients, empower consumers, expand competition, and promote innovation in the marketplace. Probably the most notable thing that I did, I worked in the White House at the National Economic Council for the first 2.5 years of the Trump administration. So in that position, I coordinated health policy across the executive branch.
So as you can see, we have a very unique panel. We have an actually practicing practitioner, a physician with us who serves low-income vulnerable populations. We have a policy expert, someone who knows the ins and outs of how the program works and is financed, and we have someone who knows the ins and outs of how Washington works and actually gets the policy done. So this should be a really engaging conversation for everyone. I thought I'd do a little kind of stage setting for those of you online and even here who might not understand a lot about how the Medicaid program operates. It is the primary source of coverage for many low-income people in the country today. Originally, it was organized into targeting 4 specific populations: low-income children, low-income pregnant women, low-income elderly, and the low-income disabled in society. Over time, the program has expanded not only based on the populations that it serves, but also the services that it provides. Today, we know we have about over 90 million Americans who are on the program today. I don't know what that says about the state of our economy, that we have that many people who are needing such generous government assistance. And it costs taxpayers over $800 billion. That's both federal dollars and state dollars. The Medicaid program is very unique in how it's organized. It is a federal-state program, a partnership, unlike Medicare that is purely federally run. The federal government provides states a share of the costs of providing the services. The states make up the other half of the share. It's about half federal payment. No one gets less than half federal, 50% of the federal payment. And it can go as high as, in some states, 80% is federally funded. The states have flexibility in how they administer the program. They're the point person in actually making the program run. It has to run within basic parameters that the federal government sets, but they have a lot of leeway in that kind of square that they are given. People always say, it's a Medicaid joke, so it might not go over here, but they always say, so because of the way the program is designed, once you've seen one Medicaid program, you've seen one Medicaid program. So that's what makes it actually also policy-wise very complicated, because what the issues are perhaps emerging in California are very different from what's happening in Florida or Maine or Minnesota or Ohio. So it makes how do we develop good policy solutions a little bit more challenging than just a federal answer to that. However, you could say at the same time that that uniqueness does bring people closer to where the needs are and are actually maybe better suited and understand what is needed at the level of the patient themselves. I guess we have a lot of challenges, obviously, with the Medicaid program we're going to hear, but I think we would all agree that we need to know that we have a robust and strong safety net to care for those who need it. And we have some, as the Medicare program previously was discussed, but we have some challenges on the horizon. But I think it'd be great for us to kind of dive in now, see what's actually happening with the program, and maybe talk a little bit more about what can be done to fix it so that we can have it for the future. I'm going to just kind of bounce around some questions with folks. Let's start with you, Dr. White. You're a practicing physician. We've talked at length about how the healthcare system operates and what are some of the challenges. You've actually experienced some of these challenges in your practice. Can you give us a little bit of highlight about what it was like and what your experience was in treating Medicaid patients?
Absolutely. Thank you, Nina. I can do that. I was actually asked to serve on this panel with these two super experts to present my personal experience with Medicaid, and I have two examples that I think are relevant to the discussion today. But briefly, before I do that, because I've been so committed over time in seeing what's happening in the medical profession from my 45-year career, and the importance of Catholic teaching as a guide for reform, that I'd like to just use two quotes from two popes that I think identify some flaws in Medicaid that if we recognize them when the system was put in place, or if we recognize them now, just these two simple, brief quotes can help us guiding us forward. The first is from St. John Paul in his letter Centesimus Annus. I quote him, by intervening directly in depriving society of its responsibility, the social assistance state leads to a loss of human energies and an inordinate increase in public agencies dominated by bureaucratic ways of thinking rather than concern for their clients, and leading to an enormous increase in spending. I think the quotes, the comments in that simple quote highlight some of the problems that we have in Medicaid. And I think this one from Pope Benedict from Deus Caritas Est is extremely important. As he said, we do not need a state that regulates and controls everything, but one that generously acknowledges and supports initiatives arising from different social forces close to the need of the patient in need. So those two brief comments, and we have a rich tradition of social teaching and moral teaching that we can draw from, but I think those are relevant to the problems that I've seen in Medicaid today with regard to cost, bureaucracy, and not making decisions close to the patient in need. But my experience, my professional and personal experience with Medicaid began at the beginning of my career as a solo pulmonary consultant, and it was financial. I got into practice. Fortunately, the first year I was in practice, I was underwritten by a friend and a colleague. But as I began to go out on my own, and I signed up for Medicaid immediately, as I did for all other insurances, because I felt then and I feel now that we have a moral obligation, a duty to care for all of those with no discrimination against their ability to pay. But also as a small business owner, it became very obvious to me very quickly that I would have to maintain the financial bottom line in order to survive. In other words, I would have to be financially sustainable. And as I began to look over explanations of benefits and try to learn the whole collections billing process, I noticed that Medicaid was substantially less in terms of reimbursement. But it wasn't until about my third year in practice that I got an explanation of benefits from Medicaid, and I had a check for 1 cent, 1 penny. I went back over to my secretary that was doing billing at the time, and I talked to her about the process, and I said, can I see what we charged? It was several $100s. She said, doctor, I have to resubmit these claims sometimes 2 and 3 times also just to appeal denials, and then you get, pennies on the dollar. At that point, I made a personal decision. I would continue to see Medicaid patients as a consultant, but I wasn't going to bill Medicaid anymore because it was actually costing me money to go through the billing process. It would behoove me financially to see them for free. So that was my financial example that I used, and I continue to see those patients today. It's worked out well in my practice because of my patient-payer mix. I was able to do this and survive. But at the time, I had a dear friend who was also starting up a practice, a primary care practice, and he had a much larger Medicaid population initially, and he was totally, very dependent on that income. And within about 2 years, he had to close his practice and go to work for the hospital as an employee because he couldn't sustain himself financially. So obviously, that's something that we have to address. On a completely different sort of personal level, I remember a particular instance in which the patient felt disenfranchised. A Medicaid patient who I was seeing felt disenfranchised, felt really ashamed, and felt that he wasn't taking his responsibility in light of the decisions that I'd made about Medicaid. It was a young man who had cystic fibrosis, which is a serious genetic lung disorder. He was really very ill when I saw him in the hospital, and he was on Medicaid, and he'd had a very difficult time getting the specialty care that he needed. I, of course, agreed to see him post-hospitalization, and I continued to see him as an outpatient, and he did quite well. We didn't readmit him to the hospital. We were giving him appropriate care. And I'll never forget, one day he came in, and he asked me this question. He said, "Why don't I ever see explanation of benefits from Medicaid for your services?" I mean, I was shocked that he was even paying attention to that. And I explained to him why I had made that decision, but I considered it a privilege to continue to care for him and that he shouldn't be concerned. Next appointment, he comes in. Little did I know he was an amateur artist. He comes in the next visit with an armful of his work. He said, "You take all or any of these prints that I've made in appreciation for the work that you do for me." That really, obviously, as it did you, struck me and helped me to realize that the dignity of the human person, it really is at the center of what I do and what we do in the healthcare profession. And for even those who aren't as generous or as considerate as this young man was and is, we have to take that into account when we take care of these patients who are disadvantaged and vulnerable and are unable to pay for their services. But we do have to fix the Medicaid program so that we can be financially sustainable.
Great. I've heard that story several times, and it warms my heart, just like it did you all, on how great it is to have that great, strong doctor-patient relationship still intact, so that he can continue to serve the patients that need him. Let's pick up on a couple of threads that came from that experience. First to Brian. You're obviously an expert on the financing of Medicaid. What do you see are the challenges? And when you hear Steve's story about getting, pennies on the dollar for the care, what do you think is underlying that? And what do you think, how is that going to affect care that people need? And how can we kind of maybe fix it?
So the key, I want to say I completely support the goals of a strong sort of safety net that protects and provides for the most vulnerable. That is not what we have right now with the Medicaid program. The key to understand how the Medicaid program operates is that the federal government, and Nina alluded to this, but I just really want to make it very clear, the federal government provides an open-ended reimbursement of state Medicaid spending. So the more states spend on their Medicaid programs, the more money Washington sends to the states. There's no limit on how much Washington sends to the states. On average, pre-Obamacare, and I'll get to Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act in a second, states were getting about a 60% reimbursement. In the poorest states, it's about 75%. In the wealthiest states, it's about 50%. One of the problems right off the bat is that states don't have an incentive to obtain value for that spending because most of the cost is paid by taxpayers outside of the state. The second result has been it's led to enormous inequities in federal government support for lower income health needs across the country. Very rich states like California, Massachusetts, and New York have grown very expensive, expansive Medicaid programs. So they end up getting far more money per person in poverty than poorer states like Alabama and Mississippi. Another problem is that the federal government doesn't just reimburse real state expenditures. States are allowed to create fake expenditures, accounting gimmicks, and get federal money to reimburse them for accounting gimmicks. The federal government allows these accounting gimmicks within certain parameters. There's rules about them, but the rules are it's very complicated to enforce the rules. Obamacare worsened the main problems with the Medicaid financing structure. So Nina mentioned the classic categories of Medicaid enrollees. Obamacare added a new class of Medicaid enrollees, able-bodied, working age, generally childless adults. And it created a much higher federal reimbursement for that population. So the expansion took effect in 2014. For the first 3 years, Washington paid the entire cost of individuals enrolled in the Medicaid expansion. That reimbursement rate has gone down, but it's 90% right now. So if you think about one sort of very moral problem with this is that the federal government is discriminating in favor of able-bodied, working age, generally childless adults to the disadvantage of all the traditional Medicaid recipients, low-income pregnant women, children, and people with disabilities. It has led to very bad incentives for states. So when they are spending with full federal money, they've created very high payments to health insurance companies because most of these enrollees are enrolled in Medicaid managed care. So insurance companies have reaped windfall profits from Medicaid expansion, and it's also presented states with incentives not to care about eligibility. If the federal government is reimbursing 100% of the cost, what incentive do states have to ensure that just those eligible for the program are actually enrolled? The Medicaid improper payment rate, these are payments that are made that don't follow the rules for the program, went from 6% of all spending to a quarter of all spending because of Obamacare. So really you're looking at, if you include the federal and state share of this, about $150 billion annually of improper payments in the Medicaid program. Do you want me to talk about some solutions too, or do you want me to leave it
Why
there?
don't we come back? That was
Okay.
probably too much to
All right.
ask in one sitting. Tom, on a second thread, Steve's two stories, one is financial and one was actually providing the care. There's a lot of interest post-Dobbs of the need to support women and their children through the process. And I was wondering, you have your ear to the hill, there's a lot of interest in trying to work on this. What are the things you're hearing that Medicaid might not be doing right? And are there things outside of Medicaid, people like Steve, that might be trying to fill the gaps where there are? What can you tell us about that?
Well, I don't know who here saw the Republican debate last night. I was too busy, I was washing my hair. However, wait, that wasn't a joke. But one clip I did see was of Governor Chris Christie from New Jersey talking about, and it's this thing, it's not a new trend of trying to redefine what pro-life is, and he's like, what's pro-life? And it was about helping, I think it was a 15-year-old kid who's struggling with drugs and keeping them off drugs. And my first thought was, and I'm trying to be academic here, was that was just such a load of crap answer, because the people who are pro-life and working in the pro-life ministries are also the ones that are helping that 15-year-old kid as well. This is not something that, we don't always highlight it, except they always try to accuse us that we only care about them before they're born. It's just, no, the same people are doing, be it Catholic Charities, be it any of the ministries that are out there, they are helping out both the unborn as well as the born child. Now with Medicaid right now, the pro-life movement has a tough history with Medicaid. Because, and I have the most Jewish Catholic mother ever, and she has the statement, with shekels come shackles. And a lot of times for what we see with Catholic hospitals and all, that accepting this government money, it also comes with mandates that come along with it, or forced mandates. And additionally, it also funds abortion. Everybody thinks that the Hyde Amendment stops all federal funding of abortion. It doesn't. It only stops Medicaid abortions, and it also has exceptions. And what it also doesn't stop is the state reimbursements. They can use that money for whatever they want, and we all know money is fungible. How did all of this happen? Well, first let's start with the states. With the states, there are 17 states that currently fund abortion through the Medicaid program. 9 of those states, it's because of court order, and that's something to keep in mind. Of those 17 states, 89% of Planned Parenthood funding comes from those 17 states. Their Medicaid reimbursement funding comes from those 17 states. There is draft legislation that Cindy Hyde-Smith has talked about that would help to stop that flow. Now, on the federal level, why did we have to introduce the Hyde Amendment to stop Medicaid funding of abortions? Well, because after 1973 and after Roe v. Wade, an IRS bureaucrat decided abortion is health care. There's nobody here, I believe, who thinks that nobody in their right mind can think that abortion is health care. Health care does not result in the death of one of the patients. However, even after Roe v. Wade has been overturned, the IRS still designates abortion as health care. There's legislation to change that designation within the tax code. The Trump administration, I worked with, I don't know if you know, Katie Talento and Andrew Bremberg and Russ Vogt. We were trying to change that until then 2020 happened. And I mean, the last I checked, President Trump lost. I haven't checked with him. However, it's another thing that when we look at and working with Project 2025 at Heritage of making that one of the top priorities for the next administration to make sure that the IRS reflects what we all already know is that abortion is not health care. Now, on to the point of, and you never give a lobbyist a phone, or the microphone. On to the point of like outside of Medicaid, it goes back to what my mom used to say about shekels, create shackles, is the best thing that the federal government usually can do to help a lot of people. Daniel Patrick Moynihan used to like to describe the welfare network is it should be a safety net, except it's turned into a catcher's mitt. Is the best thing they can do is get out of the way and allow the ministries that are out there, give them the resources that are needed. And unfortunately, there's a lot of good intentions on Capitol Hill. And a lot of those good intentions lead to the same place. And one was the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, which was passed with support of the Catholic Bishops' Conference, except also with the support of NARAL, Planned Parenthood, Alyssa Milano, and a number of groups, including Catholic Vote and Ethics and Public Policy and Heritage, were pointing out that this bill is going to lead to not only funding of abortion, but it's going to lead to, it could very well lead to funding of trans surgeries on minors and things along those lines, because the way it was worded. And unfortunately that bill passed, now we're fighting that regulation, except it is to me, one of the most recent examples of the federal government is not always the answer, and we need to understand that, I think, a little bit better.
That's another great segue. I want to bounce back to Brian a little bit. Brian, I think a lot of what Tom said really kind of crystallizes that it's easy to say, well, if Medicaid would just do it, or if the government would just do it, we'll solve the problems. Lewis was saying yesterday, and I think even today, about the disparities that are happening among low-income populations and the vulnerable and those that are marginalized. You've done some research on the data on actually the quality of care and the performance of the Medicaid program. Can you share a little bit about what we see? Because I think a lot of people think, well, if you have coverage, everything's great.
Yeah, thanks, Tina. So there's a lot, just dozens of studies that look at health outcomes based on the types of health insurance that people have, and generally whether people have private insurance, Medicaid, or uninsured. And almost all of those studies came to the same conclusion, that Medicaid recipients have far worse outcomes than people with private health insurance, often worse outcomes than people that don't have any health insurance. Those studies sometimes are criticized because there could be characteristics of the Medicaid population that are different from enrollees with private insurance or the uninsured that can't be controlled for. About a little more than a decade ago, the state of Oregon opened up their Medicaid program, but they only had a limited number of slots. So they assigned enrollment to Medicaid through a lottery. So there was a random assignment. So half of the people were selected and got enrolled in Medicaid. Half of the people weren't selected and didn't get enrolled in Medicaid. And it allowed researchers to look at, okay, what's the health effect of gaining Medicaid? Because we've had this random assignment with half of the subjects into Medicaid. And they looked at 3 measures of health, blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol, and there was no difference. Gaining Medicaid didn't improve health at all. There was a sort of positive effect of gaining Medicaid on feeling more financially secure, but no physical health effect. And I do think, one of the, now we've had Medicaid expansion, and one of the issues with Medicaid expansion is what's happened to access to care for traditional Medicaid populations because of Medicaid expansion. Prior to Medicaid expansion, it was more difficult for Medicaid recipients to get a doctor's appointment. They were about half as likely to be able to get a doctor's appointment. Primary and specialty care has people with private health insurance. After expansion, that significantly declined. So they were only about 1/3 as likely to get doctor's appointments. And we know, another thing that we know, emergency room utilization. So because Medicaid recipients can't find a usual source of care, there's just not that many Dr. Whites, unfortunately, out there. They end up in emergency rooms where it's not the best place of care to be getting healthcare services. And we also know Medicaid recipients tend to get assigned to less experienced surgeons. And the quality, the experience of surgeons goes a very long way to the quality of outcomes that patients receive. And the Medicaid recipients tend to get assigned to less experienced surgeons.
Let's now pivot a little bit and talk, before we go to Q&A, on some positive ways of looking at how to care for the poor. Dr. White, I'd love for you to talk a little bit about, through your experience and now looking through the Catholic lens, what are some of the principles, if we were to start over again, what are some principles that you think we should keep in mind, and policymakers should have in mind, to think about how to fix what's broken in Medicaid?
Sure, so I'm going to refer back to this policy, the principles document that you have, and this has been thought through by physicians, by lawyers, by policy experts, by bishops, and looking through that lens, I would say there are several on this list that could help to guide us. First and foremost, clearly, and based on the story that I told you, we have to respect the dignity of every single person that we meet. Recall the words of Christ himself, to whom you're giving this care, you're giving the care to me. I mean, we're treating Christ at the bedside. So we have to remember that all of these people have dignity. That's number one. But number two, there's been a lot of talk on this panel and the previous panel. We have to redirect funds. I'm going to leave it up to the policy experts to decide how to do that. But if we can respecting the dignity of those individuals, recognizing we have a strong commitment to the preferential option for those who are poor and disadvantaged, we have to redirect the funding back to them. They can take care of these things with appropriate support. It's not to say that they can, navigate the system without help, but if we redirect the funds down to the individual through whatever mechanism our policy experts suggest, we're also going to be abiding by the principle of subsidiarity, which is again foundational. I would say the biggest problem with the Medicaid program is that it's controlled at the federal and bureaucratic state level, and that's a problem. Just as in Medicare, we want to go to premium support, We need to do something similar to that, or as was mentioned by Grace Marie, an educational choice type of approach, where these people whose dignity we recognize are given the opportunity to come into the system as all of us are in the system and get the same access, the same quality, on the same level basis that all the rest of us do.
Excellent. Tom, you know, if you are Catholic or you're helping, either you're in the system, you're a provider, a clinician. Brian, I'm learning the terms, better used terms like clinician. You're a clinician, you're a hospital, you're a patient, and you're trying to sort through, where do I find this kind of care for my loved ones, and where can I make sure that my values and my faith are going to be front and center? Are there tools out there? What can people do?
Well, I think the biggest tool is given to us by the bishops themselves. It's the ethical religious directives. There's even going to be, I believe, because they're meeting this weekend, I believe next week there's even going to be a vote looking at transgender surgeries. Don't hold me to that, even though I have an inside source. However, so the bishops definitely need to be more vigilant, except that doesn't mean that we don't, as lay people, shouldn't be more vigilant. I believe they hear the National Catholic Bioethics Center. They look at a number of these healthcare providers to make sure they're sticking by the ERDs. At Catholic Vote, we have a Catholic Accountability Project that we've been looking into some of these hospitals and all to make sure that they're following the ERDs as well. But I think, I firmly believe like we are in a time of the laity needing to step up more, and in that fashion, I think we need to be more vigilant. I didn't read the ERDs honestly until this week, preparing both for this panel and for some work. I'm not in that field as a lobbyist. I just need to pretend to be an expert on anything. So when you're on a panel, it's like, oh no, I've got to learn something. Except to me, I think they're very well written. I want to talk to people in the field if they agree with that. But all of us need to step up and I think do more.
Ooh, yes, Steve.
Just a quick response to that, to build on that. I serve as the Catholic Medical Association's representative to the Subcommittee on Healthcare Issues at the USCCB, which is a real privilege. But I want to say to this audience here and online, it's given me an opportunity, a privileged opportunity, to form relationships with bishops that I never would have had the opportunity to do before. And I can tell you sincerely, they are looking to the laity with the expertise that we represent here on these panels and in this alliance to help guide them. They're overwhelmed and they recognize they don't have the answers. So I agree with you completely, Tom. There's a reason that the first council in the history of the church that addressed the call of the laity was in the Second Vatican Council. It is the time of the laity, and the bishops recognize this. The religious sisters who we're cooperating with recognize this. So working together, we can make a difference.
Brian, let's jump back to you and have you kind of give us some of the mechanics. What would be the 1 to 2 things that people should be thinking about if we want to get the Medicaid program kind of back on track and restabilized?
I think fundamentally we have to reshape the federal-state partnership that's at the core of the program, and the federal government needs to set limits on the reimbursements that it sends to states, and states need to have incentives to focus on value. One of the things that's really infuriating from listening to Steve's story is how Medicaid underpays doctors for primary care services. It doesn't underpay all providers. Medicaid pays for hospital-based care in many states very well. Like, hospitals have a lot of political power and have worked out arrangements with states where they're getting payments that are well in excess of what the Medicare program will pay for hospital-based care. I think we need to end Obamacare's enhanced match rate. It's immoral that the federal government is discriminating against the most vulnerable in favor of the able-bodied population. regardless of sort of the other changes that we make to the federal-state relationship, there shouldn't be a prioritization of the able-bodied childless adults that have recently come onto the program at the expense of low-income kids, pregnant women, and people with disabilities.
We're going to probably turn it over to questions for the last few minutes, and I might pepper in questions as they come to my mind. I'd be remiss if I didn't do a couple plugs for things that Heritage has suggested in this space over my time there. One, as has been described through Medicare and elsewhere, it's the idea and the concept of the education choice for low-income families. Right now, the program is dependent on individual individual eligibility, so you could be a single mother with 3 children, and they could all be eligible different ways. One might be in the CHIP program, one might be in Medicaid. You may or may not be in the program. We need to find a way to be able to kind of pull those resources together and allow the family to buy coverage. Coverage outside of the Medicaid bureaucracy, where the Medicaid program is telling physicians and clinicians how to practice the care of medicine. Let those families take those dollars and apply them to a plan of their choice. The other thing is, that doesn't mean that everyone's going to be able to use that option. But for those people who will be on the Medicaid program, I'm thinking the disabled population in particular, who do have a lifetime that they will be on the Medicaid program. There's no reason why we can't give them more power and agency over the care that they're getting. That the system today is set by saying, well, this is what the Medicaid program provides, and we're going to give you these services, whether you need them or not. We were using an example earlier. Let's say you have the state has a contract with a transportation service. Well, what if you're a disabled person and your next door neighbor would be willing to drive you to your doctor visit, rather than having a contract with a transportation service that may or may not show up, but still bill the Medicaid program? Let's allow the patient themselves to have a greater voice in the kind of care that they get, not only through the medical treatments that they get, but the additional services that they have. So I just wanted to plug those a little bit as we kind of move to a Q&A. So I guess we're ready for Q&A. We'll take some questions. Okay, great. One in the back.
Thank you. I wanted to actually compare Medicare and Medicaid because in working with clients, what I found is when people qualify for like a disability, okay, the first two years you get onto until you are actually eligible into Medicare, they put you on Medicare. Then you're really thrown to the, so to speak, like the clients are thrown to the wolves all of a sudden, okay? Because under Medicaid, they're covering everything, okay? Then the person, depending on income, that disabled person may not even qualify for anything because if he or she is a little bit above the 900 and whatever, I forgot really the actual qualification to get into Medicaid, okay, to qualify. Okay, if you don't, you go, they throw you, you become in Medicare, right? And then Medicare, they look at income. So if you're above, you don't get anything. You don't get anything. If you're making like 400 more, okay, then you're responsible to do everything. Now tell me, who can qualify for these things? We have people that are actually, they're not, I see them like falling from their stairs, and then they don't qualify to go into, they don't get the QMLB, QMLSB. It's really, it's an atrocity. So these things we really need to look at, okay? So my thinking is, I'm really thinking seriously. You have people who go from the disability into Medicare. Maybe they look at it, that Medicare is a broken system because you have 80% coverage, okay? They're taking out money from you. Then you still have to go and buy, to go to get a secondary, and you're pouring so much money where you don't even qualify. You can hardly pay for your bills, okay? So if they're gonna do that, why not take more money out of your income, take some more money to qualify so you can have 100% coverage. I'm just thinking, really, that will be a wonderful way for people to look at it, policymakers to look at it, And then the other thing that I wanted to say is under Medicaid, we should not be looking at paying any money for people who are looking to immense into abortions. Okay, if you want to do things like that, that's between you and and yourself, you know, and your primary care. Go find your own money, okay? Because to sit there, I mean, we are Catholic. Catholics we're being hypocrites. I'm so sorry, okay? Because we are supposed to be looking at the moral principles of the Catholic Church, which is ending abortion, euthanasia, assisted suicide, same-sex marriage, human cloning. And if we're not doing that, then we're not following the moral principle of the Catholic Church. Thank you.
On that last point, I'll let others jump in if they want to. It is a growing concern, the question of abortion. I mean, Tom touched on it, but the Biden administration has clearly put out indication to the states that they're willing to work with the states to, in essence, kind of do a workaround on the Hyde Amendment, finding ways of letting states, as you said, fungible money, to indirectly support states who are providing abortion with state-only money, but then having the federal government pick up other costs around that. So it is a concern, I think, moving forward, and we've got to be very vigilant in making sure that we hold the administration accountable and making sure that they are adhering to what the principles of the Hyde Amendment are. Does anyone have any other comments on that?
On the disability
Sure.
question, so the federal disability programs also need reform. The way that it works, my understanding, there's 2 federal disability programs. Social Security disability insurance, if you have a work history, you get disabled, you apply, you get on SSDI. 2 years after that, you're enrolled in Medicare, and you're enrolled in Medicare basically for life. There's another disability program, Supplemental Security Income, which is a low-income program where the rules for are somewhat different, and if you're enrolled in that program, you're on the Medicaid program.
I think we have a question right here.
I like your idea about the educational choice because it puts each state, for example, Florida can offer school choice. And if you want school choice, you're going to move to Florida. And you can choose where your kids go to school. And the money that comes from the federal to the state, you can decide where you want to use it. And I think if we do that for healthcare, if we can get a model for healthcare like in Florida, and it works, then it can be adopted in other states. So it just, I think, because people will vote for it. I don't understand why everyone doesn't vote for school choice, except for the teachers' unions and the Democratic Party. But they're keeping their people with only one choice, government indoctrination. Whereas if it was school choice, you could have options and send your child to a Catholic school, private school, wherever you want. Your taxpayer money is yours to be spent in the same way with healthcare.
I think that we're learning a lot with the school choice movement right now. I think there'll be a lot of great lessons learned, things that we should be thinking about for healthcare, mistakes they made that maybe we won't make. I do think we face some of the similar challenges that the school choice movement has because the medical industrial complex are the people that will likely raise the stink about doing it. They want the paycheck from the federal government in the states, and they want it kind of like status quo, just I'm putting in my bill, I get the money back. We really need to be disruptors in that space and say we think Catholic hospitals, Catholic organizations can do a better job, and we should give the patients the freedom to take those dollars and apply them to where they see fit. Yep.
Just make one comment. In preparing for this, just on a point of hope and optimism, I have a friend, a very good friend, physician in the state of Pennsylvania, and I won't mention the health system, but it's a very large health system. And since I guess the states have the opportunity to do this, they are distributing the money individually in some fashion, because what they've done in their health system, it's a competitive system, so they get contracted with the state to receive funds for each member. I think that's the way it works. And what they've done is very innovative. They're providing a great deal of social benefits in addition to the medical benefits, because we all know in this particular population that social determinants of health are very critical. If you can't get to the doctor's office and you've got an infected toe and you're diabetic, and then The next week, you end up in the hospital and you have to have an amputation, et cetera. The best care is always the least expensive care. And if you give people the opportunity, like this health system, to innovate and use the funds that are available, they're doing it in a financially sustainable way. And I don't know if that's the only example, but I mean, to me, that gives me hope that doing it this way can work.
I think it also underscores, as Lewis always says, it helps us look at the patient as a whole. You can really look at them as a person, and there are a lot of factors that come in. There are other resources besides Medicaid. One of the trends that is troubling too is a lot of outside sourcing of benefits or services that someone might get outside of the Medicaid program. Many of the providers of those services are trying to come under the umbrella of the Medicaid program because, as Brian points out, it's unlimited funding. And so I think, as Brian has rightly pointed out, I think critically is really getting the financing and the perverse incentives through the system out of the system so that we can actually hold it accountable. Do we have any more questions? Yes?
Thank you. I think about Dr. Smith not getting paid for the service that he gives. We have an integrated network of physicians suffering the same issue. In the state of Indiana, we've not had an increase in the Medicaid base rate in 31 years. So our hospitals are not being paid for their services. 31 years, you can't buy a loaf of bread at the rate 31 years ago. What does Indiana do about that?
Mm-hmm. Brian, you've done some work on Indiana.
So Indiana has developed very creative financing schemes to get lots of federal Medicaid money. So they've done it through county-owned nursing homes, and there's a pretty insidious relationship between some of these county-owned nursing homes and hospital systems where the nursing homes are getting, the state's able to leverage a lot of federal money that's coming in through the nursing homes. So even though the base payment rate for Medicaid may not have increased for a very long period of time, and that does hurt the primary care physicians, the institutions in the state are doing very well for Medicaid. They all lobbied for Medicaid expansion. They wouldn't have lobbied for Medicaid expansion if it wasn't in their financial interest to have a bigger Medicaid program with more federal dollars flowing through the program.
Okay, so I think we're going to end with my last question will be for. Oh, there was one more.
Well, thank you for responding, but we're constantly criticized for cost shifting by the insurance companies because we somehow have to make up for what we're not getting paid by Medicaid or Medicare. And so the Blue Cross, the Uniteds, they're criticizing our hospitals because we have to cost shift to make up the difference. So we are not well paid by Medicaid.
I think it really does underscore that we've kind of got to get at the root causes here. I know that during the debate over Medicaid expansion at the state level, I was at a panel where a hospital executive stood up and said, we really need the state Medicaid expansion. And after the panel, we finished back and forth, I went up to him and we had a conversation. He said, well, the reason why we need a Medicaid expansion is because the federal government cut our Medicare funding. And I said to him, look, then let's get at the root cause and go back and fight for the replacement of your Medicare cuts. You would probably create new alliances if you looked at it this way. But it is all this shell game of many people kind of saying, well, if we can't get money here, as you said, we'll find it here. I think it just is a great call that the system has kind of gotten out of whack and is kind of spiraling out of control. And the sad part of all of it is I think at the end of the day, the patients are the ones that suffer because they won't have a hospital to go to any longer. And they don't have physicians who will care for them because thanks to Dr. White, who will still see them, many others will say, I can't see patients any longer. I'll just have to see patients that are private paid. I want to turn to Dr. White at the end and have you kind of, since it's the closing of kind of the entire day, this great organization, CHCLA and the new institute, has a lot to offer. I want to hear from you kind of in closing. What are your hopes for it? What do you see for the future of this group?
Well, there's the hope of the Catholic Healthcare Leadership Alliance itself, which is to bring together all of the experts and all of the disciplines that influence what I do as a medical professional at the bedside, so that we can reform and restore the healthcare profession. And we'll do that through education, evangelization, mutual support, a ministry that will begin next year for small clinics and small health ministries, health systems, and then through public policy. I mean, as I've stated before, medicine has become very political, very politicized, and we need to work with our, public policy analysts. We need to work with our bishops. We need to look through the lens of Catholic social teaching and Catholic moral teaching. And I would say the two things that we're going to do initially through the Public Policy Institute, the two areas that we must work very hard on right now, are defending life with all of our partners that are in that battle. Because if we don't defend life and we don't win that battle, then I don't think we're ever going to get through this. And secondly, we have to fight for religious freedom and medical conscience rights. Because again, if we don't have the right to serve our patients according to our best medical judgment and our moral beliefs, if that's taken away from us, if that constitutional right is actually precluded, then we can't provide the services that we know we need to do. So I think those are the two areas in public policy, although there are many areas, as we've learned from these panels, that need to be addressed. I think life and liberty, religious freedom, and medical conscience rights are absolutely key. And I can tell you, in the work that I'm doing with other groups, there's great potential there. I'm very optimistic that we're on the cusp. As John Paul II used to speak of so frequently, he said he saw the new springtime in the church. And I have to tell you, at times, I would scratch my head and say, I don't know what he's seeing, but I'm not seeing it. But as I get involved with more and more people in this alliance, I am seeing little seeds sprouting up everywhere. And I think that a man who is a canonized saint and maybe the greatest pope, certainly the greatest pope of the 20th century, if he saw a new springtime in our culture and in the world, then I'm all on board with that, and we're going to continue to work together to bring that to fruition.
That's great. And from my perspective, if there's ever been a time for an organization like CHCLA and the new institute, it's now. We need a place where we can go, even people like myself, to go look for what is the ethical and moral clarity on some of these questions, and really to bridge and soften the divide we have in the political system that we have today by really looking at how do we put the people first and the patient first and the person first. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Josh, and thanks to the panel for all the good contribution today.
Okay.
Thank you, Nina. Let's have one more round of applause for all the speakers today. Okay, so this is the conclusion of the symposium this year. But before everybody watching live clicks off for the evening, I just want to make a couple comments. So for everyone here and those watching, you may ask, okay, so what's next? How can I stay connected with this organization? Go to our website, www.catholichealthalliance.org. When you click on it, you'll see an option to sign up for our newsletter. All right, sign up for the newsletter. It's a monthly newsletter where we put in information. As Dr. White writes a column, we talk about the policy initiatives that are going on, events that are coming up, wealth of information that we're growing out. So sign up for the newsletter. When you get the newsletter, all right, there's a button on there that says click to be a member. All right, take 30 seconds to discern membership and then sign up. All right, become a member of the organization, and I would encourage all of you to then just send that newsletter to somebody that you think would be interested with a quick note saying, hey, I'm a member of CHCLA. This is a great organization that's really striving to be the voice of Catholic healthcare. There's a lot of initiatives going on. I'd encourage you to consider signing up. We want to be the voice of Catholic healthcare, but we are an alliance, and the bigger the alliance, the stronger and more powerful the voice is going to be. we're here to serve the church. We're here to serve the body of Christ. We're here to serve the patients and the professionals at work. So take that to heart and consider joining up. And also, if you'd like to get more involved in any of our initiatives, please just let us know. Reach out to info@catholichealthcare.org, and we'll take it from there. So thank you all, and Lewis had some comments here about the Institute.
Yeah, as Josh said, again, thanks to everyone. I don't know if I told Alex Kagan, he's a 1L student here at the law school. I was going to embarrass him a little bit, but he's the type of person that we're doing this for, is to serve students in law, students in nursing, students that are in medical school, but also healthcare professionals, the church, all of that. So we're here to serve. With the Institute for Public Policy and Advocacy, which we hope and believe in our country, it's a providential project of the Lord, of the Holy Spirit. We mean business. We're focused on education, particularly of the policy makers at the state and at the federal level, and an ongoing engagement and educating them and the general public about what the church has to say about healthcare policy. And you saw from, we were blessed today with literally the best minds in healthcare policy in the United States of America today. And there's a need for that moral and ethical clarity that people that are Catholic or Christian or of other faiths and people of goodwill can understand. So the first thing is education in an ongoing, systematic way of policy makers at the state and at the federal level. The second thing is to continue. We're here to advise the USCCB, Catholic healthcare institutions, non-Catholic healthcare institutions, faith-based institutions, state Catholic conferences, our brothers and sisters at the generally Protestant family policy alliances at the state level, to give them guidance using the full force of this alliance and our partners and the coalition on state level and some federal solutions, but particularly state level solutions that can improve human dignity, religious freedom, and life for the most part, for really everybody. And the third thing is Josh did an amazing job. I was blessed to work on some of this in filing amicus briefs that had a real impact, particularly in Texas. The amicus brief that we worked on was cited by the federal judge there in enjoining what essentially was a coercive quasi-abortion mandate for emergency departments nationwide, but particularly in Texas. We helped block that. We intend to continue to file amicus briefs as a alliance of Catholic health entities talking about what the church has to say on life, on religious freedom, on human dignity issues. So we want you to be involved. We mean business. This isn't a one-time only thing. We have a plan. It's an ongoing, we're kind of building the plane as we fly it. But the Holy Spirit's done a lot, and we're excited. So we invite you to be a part of what God is doing here. Thank you.
Just wanted to thank everyone on behalf of the Center for Law and the Human Person. We're very happy, as I said this morning in my opening remarks, to be a partner with the CHCLA, to be the sort of home here in our nation's capital for the Symposium. And I want to just, again, express my gratitude to all of you for being here and for being online. And at the risk of giving you more websites to visit, you can also visit our website and sign up to learn more about the activities that we do. Thank you.
And let's, cool. Yeah. And if we could just end with a glory be together. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. All glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. The Father, Son. Thank you all. Safe travels, and we'll see you next time.